Now that's the sound that the meeting has started, and we're officially on public record. The meeting is going to be, it is now online. We are going to record it and then put it on YouTube. So this is a public event and an open one. I invite everyone to take their seats. I hope that everyone is listening and hearing as well. We have over 200 people that have registered to join the event and participate in it remotely, people from all over the world. So I'm just very thankful that we're able to pull this off and bring you all here. Uh, so hello, welcome. My name is Lorraine Persiunclo. I'm the Executive Director of the Data Stream Initiative. And a few words on who we are. We are a think tank. We do research on concrete data challenges. We connect people. We convene events like these. We are intentional about amplifying voices from the global south. We experiment with new agile frameworks in terms of policy and technical approaches, such as protocols and sandboxes. And we also work with decision makers to advance a collaborative agenda for data and digital future through different international processes, such as the G20, the Global Digital Compact, WISAS Plus 20, Net Mundial Plus 10, all these different events happening in this field, advancing ideas such as the International Decade for Data, which we'll be speaking more about later, but mostly trying to connect the dots. And we are here because we realize that there's a gap. The reason of existence of the organization is understanding that the conversation around data is fragmented and often polarized between two extremes, between opening data without much caring about the effects and society having to deal and address the risks. And on the other extreme, hoarding and locking data and society having to deal with the missed opportunities of doing that. And we believe there's a nuance that is needed and a sweet spot in the middle where we can responsibly unlock the value of data for all. And finding that sweet spot and finding that coherence is why we're here for, is connecting the different dots of an agenda that we see as being fragmented within the international scene, but also within different domestic agendas. And so this is the context of the event. It all started back in October in Kyoto, where some of us, many of them here, met and discussed what we could do to inform the upcoming presidency of the G20 by the Brazilian government. And what we discussed is that, well, we needed to be able to connect these dots and we wanted to contribute to this agenda. And so it was a group of think tanks, many of them from different parts of the world. We had the Indians who were keen on sharing the rich experience that happened within the Indian presidency. South Africa also eager to think about what their agenda would be and what would be the momentum that we could build within this very special troika of the Global South presiding the G20. And then we decided, well, we needed to do this in Brasilia because it was important that we're closer to the ones that are making the decisions and developing that agenda in this important multilateral process that we want as different types of multi-stakeholders contribute to. So this is the context, and that's what we're hoping to do here, is to contribute to this agenda. And I want to thank especially ENAP for hosting us in this beautiful space. I think ENAP is the perfect space to actually convene such a conversation. It's a neutral space that invites for new ideas and in a fair exchange. I also would want to thank the co-organizers, Nick BR, now represented by Alexandre Barbosa here, also Data Privacy Brazil, Bruno and Jacqueline and the team, and also Luca Belli from CTS and FTV. Rio, all who have contributed in this agenda that was constructed by many, many hands for multiple months. And so this is the result. We have very packed agenda. We're going to be very precise about keeping the time so that everyone has a moment to speak. And so I also wanted to share with you how the day is going to go. After we're done with introductions, we're then going to in-depth conversations of each one of the 4 priorities that the G20 has identified for the digital economy working group. We start with meaningful connectivity, then we go for AI, and then artificial intelligence, digital government, and then information integrity. And then our question is, what are the topics that have not been addressed, and how do the different stakeholder groups connect with that? And so we are going to have a session on intersectional issues, on the transversal topics that cut across those different 4 pillars, and also the ones that go beyond digital, and how do we discuss gender and climate and labor within this context. And then we also bring for the connectivity with different engagement groups. This is officially a T20 side event, but it goes beyond to engage all the other 20s that we're being able to get a hold of. So from the B20 to the C20, the S20, the W20, we're going to hear from them, and I'm excited about it. So in terms of logistics, please make sure that you introduce yourselves before you speak. We have the event being translated, and a lot of people are watching from different parts of the world that I mentioned. So keep to the time of 2 minutes when you're providing your intervention. I know it's going to be a challenge, but I think we can make it. And yeah, now I declare it open, and now I'll pass on the floor to our amazing host, President of ENAP, Betânia.
Thank you, Lohane. Bom, eu vou falar em português. Eu gostaria primeiro de cumprimentar aqui Lohane, Jaqueline, Ellison e Anit, que nos acompanham online. Cumprimentar a todos que estão aqui presentes e os que nos assistem por meio do YouTube. Para nós é um momento muito especial receber aqui essa reunião, porque a ENAP ela tem se colocado como um locus que connect the dots, como você disse, Lohane, e esse locus é esse locus de discussão livre. A ENAP tem construído um espaço para que os gestores, os servidores e os organismos internacionais, todos os agentes e atores envolvidos nas agendas importantes para o desenvolvimento mundial, para o desenvolvimento do nosso país, possa se encontrar num lugar, num ambiente que propicie o diálogo, propicie as trocas e unam os diversos pontos e os diversos pontos de vista diferentes. Não adianta a gente tentar construir um mundo apenas com uma corrente, né? A gente tem que se conversar, a gente tem que entender, se entender e construir um caminho que seja bom para todas as crenças, achar um meio termo, né? Entre os que veem a inteligência artificial como o principal que vai desenvolver o mundo de uma forma maravilhosa e aqueles que morrem de medo da inteligência artificial. A gente tem que achar um meio termo, porque nada vai ser tão nos extremos. E a ENAP tem se colocado nesse papel. Então, é um privilégio para nós receber essa discussão aqui do G20, essa discussão de transformação digital, né, que tem como foco inteligência artificial, com inclusão e transformação digital, em especial na transformação digital do governo. O Brasil tem experimentado, né, como seguindo tendência mundial, várias transformações em termos de serviços digitais de governo. Por exemplo, né, a plataforma GovBR, que hoje tem mais de 150 milhões de pessoas inscritas e que mudou a forma com que a população acessa vários serviços governamentais. E aqui é um ponto importante, a população acessa. Para que serve a transformação digital, se não para melhorar a vida dos usuários, dos cidadãos? É uma ferramenta de conexão, é uma ferramenta de reforço da democracia, que a partir do momento que todos os serviços digitais, e aqui nesse grupo isso é muito importante, está em mente o tempo todo, para que servem os serviços digitais? Para que serve a inteligência artificial? Se não para ajudar a melhorar a vida da população, a nossa vida, a vida das pessoas. Ou seja, é uma transformação em que tem as pessoas, os usuários, como ponto central de todos os serviços. E a ENAP, ela vem se colocando nesse papel de fomento desse trabalho, desse princípio. Ano passado, a gente desenvolveu aqui uma série de debates trazendo agentes de diversos ministérios, de diversos locos, de empresa privada, de terceiro setor, ou seja, agentes que atuam nessa área, para que a gente promovesse debates sobre esse ponto, sobre essa transformação, mas sempre com a visão de que a transformação ela tem um objetivo. A implantação do governo digital ele tem um objetivo, e o objetivo único é melhorar a vida da humanidade, melhorar a forma como a gente presta os serviços públicos e a forma com que a população vê o governo. A ENAP também desenvolve várias capacitações, uma parceria antiga com a Secretaria de Governo Digital, Luana está ali. A gente tem toda uma linha de desenvolvimento de competência nos servidores públicos federais, estaduais e municipais, para que eles desenvolvam as competências para atuar no mundo digital, para atuar com inteligência artificial. Então, temos uma linha de formação muito grande, com cursos presenciais, remotos e 100% online. E aí eu destaco, na parte 100% online, a plataforma Escola Virtual de Governo, que é a nossa é uma plataforma que a ENAP mantém, onde a gente tem um pool de oferta de cursos de diversas áreas diferentes de governo, são mais de 600 cursos hoje, e que tem toda uma linha voltada para governo digital, voltado para a transformação digital e desenvolvimento das competências digitais nos servidores públicos, para que eles possam, com essas competências, desenvolver serviços cada vez maiores. E essa plataforma ela está disponível desde o ano passado em inglês e em espanhol também, ela foi traduzida para permitir que servidores públicos e cidadãos de diversas partes do mundo possam acessar os conhecimentos. Essa é uma plataforma e é um exemplo de como o serviço digital ele pode redemocratizar e reforçar a democracia no mundo. Porque quando você oferece cursos gratuitos, que a pessoa pode fazer em qualquer lugar, em qualquer tempo, você democratiza exemplo de como o governo digital, como uma plataforma, quando ela é centrada no usuário e ela tem um objetivo fim, ela pode sim proporcionar uma melhoria nos serviços e uma melhoria em como a sociedade vê o governo, e isso gera um reforço da democracia. Então, eu podia citar aqui diversos exemplos já de aplicação de inteligência artificial que está acontecendo no governo, mas eu vou deixar isso para discussão ao longo do dia, com certeza vai aparecer aí essa importância, e não vou mais me alongar, somente vou reforçar a alegria que a gente tem em receber essa reunião aqui na ENAP, e desejo que todos e todas aproveitem os painéis e os momentos ricos de debate que acontecerão aqui ao longo do dia. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada. Agora eu passo a palavra. Oh, sorry, yeah, mixed up. Now the floor to Anit. Do you hear us?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Anita Mukherjee, could you introduce yourself, please?
Bom dia. Thank you for the invite. My name is Anit Mukherjee. I am a senior fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, America. And I'm sorry couldn't be in person. I would have loved to. Met many of you in December. It's an absolute honor and a pleasure to be here in virtually, thanks to digital technologies that it allows me to be there. So first of all, let me just say that I'm extremely grateful to DataSphere and ENAP and everyone else in this room to come together to think about what the G20 and Brazil's presidency can take forward from India and make its own mark. I think it is important that Brazil, as a leader, as a vanguard of the digital world, should be putting its own mark on where the G20 debate on and discussion on digital transformation should go, and leave the next to South Africa, which we'll hear later on. I've been tasked with, just to give you a little bit of a background and a summary of of India's approach to digital transformation in the G20. And excuse me. And I think there was quite a bit of advance in the way we think of digital transformation, given the fact that India as well has been going through its own process of digital transformation, which is focused on development of making services better for the people, the government as a platform. We have something called the direct benefit transfer, which is actually a platform to send direct cash transfers to about 500 million people. So in that context, I think the main objective or the main takeaway that I find from India's G20 process was that the refocusing of G20 into another, the group, the basic principles why the group was formed: international economic cooperation and global development. I think in that sense, that refocus has been really useful. And in the interest of time, I would just go through a few things that came out from the leaders' declaration. Well, there was a lot of work behind the scenes of the digital economy working group, sustainable finance working group, the development working group. So all of that came together in the leaders' declaration. And I would just cite three basic principles that was put forward in the leaders' declaration. In the preamble itself is to accelerate strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth, and full and effective implementation of the SDGs, and improve access to digital services and digital public infrastructure, to have the transformation to boost sustainable and inclusive growth. So these are all taken from the preamble. And what does that mean for us today and also going forward? I think the approach that we took was twofold. One is inclusive growth. We need to have refocus on inclusion as a basic principle of digital transformation. And the second is, how is this going to, as Betania mentioned, how is this going to lead to an acceleration towards the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals? I think that those are the two basic principles which underline the rest of the actual tools that were proposed. So there were four. So one is to foster an open and inclusive digital ecosystem. And this is a different wording from the previous declarations. A digital ecosystem means an ecosystem where everybody participates. It's about connectivity. It's about inclusion. Second is to build digital public infrastructure for social benefit. And this is important because it is not only a digital infrastructure, but it is a digital public infrastructure. And I'll end my comments a little bit later with something on that. The third is to enhance safety and resilience and trust in the digital economy. And I think Brazil has been a leader in this. I know Bruno is there, and we had long discussions in December about it. And it is important that Brazil takes this as in its leadership role. Number four, and the last one, is the use of new and emerging technologies, including AI. And I want to emphasize here that I think we are focusing too much on this one technology, which is AI, which has been around for the last 15 years. And it's just now that it's coming into the worldview. But there are other technologies which in the long run will have an impact. I'm talking about quantum, I'm talking about other, I'm an economist, so I'm probably not the most competent to talk about those. But I think, how do you use it responsibly and accelerate progress towards the SDGs? And again, the whole idea is inclusion and movement towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'll leave you all with this thought. There's been a lot of talk about India and the Indian presidency putting digital public infrastructure as one of the key contributions of India's presidency. And there has been a large push towards taking DPI, or digital public infrastructure, as a base for a lot of the digital transformation work that will happen over the next few years. And I must say that when I started working on this in the long time ago, in the 2008, 2009, Brazil was my example. The Portal de Transparência, the whole way in which, Bolsa Familia, the money used to reach the people, you could track every dollar or every real. I think Brazil has been a leader in digital public infrastructure for many, many years, in fact, decades. And we in India learned from that. And today, I think there is a convergence of interests that Brazil can use this moment to also showcase and put forward ideas for DPI using the accumulated experience. And I think there is a lot of work that we can do together, along with Brazil and South Africa, to put DPI as an initiative from the Global South in the G20. I wish you all the best, and I think we'll have a wonderful discussion going forward. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Anit. And now I'll pass the floor to Alison Ginwald.
Good morning to you, and afternoon to the rest of us, and maybe evening for some. I just want to point out that I have been asked to also add a South African perspective to this discussion, but also just to speak about the Brazilian G20 presidency's contribution to what we see as a very strategic moment, this Troika leadership by the IPSA countries of the G20. But just to say that it's been very much part of this civil society, multi-stakeholder initiative to try and seize the moment and the strategic opportunity to really take the Global South and majority world digital agenda up into the G20 and into other international initiatives that are happening at the time. And I think those are important to talk about, because I think there is an opportunity to leverage the presidency of the Troika and their commitment to poverty reduction and to climate change and green energy transitions. But I think there's also an opportunity to leverage other things that are happening, particularly within the UN and the Global Digital Compact, that are concerned with a common agenda that will come up in the Global Summit later in the year. So I just wanted to say that I think this is really an important moment to reflect on that. I think the Secretary General of the UN has spoken about there being this sort of seismic shift that is taking place at a planetary level in terms of climate change and of digitalization that's occurring, and that these two major forces, depending on how they are governed, will either exacerbate inequality, which I think we're seeing at the moment, or potential to reduce inequality and contribute to some of these planetary challenges that we're facing. And so I really think this is a critical opportunity to deal with what has become a sort of the most wicked or the central policy challenge for us, from the most basic foundational infrastructures to these advanced technologies, and that is dealing with this, what we've called this digital inequality paradox, which is not just a connectivity issue any longer. It's not an inclusion issue any longer. It's really about equality and about justice in our outcomes, because I think there have been great gains made in terms of connectivity, in terms of inclusion, but we're not necessarily seeing equitable or just outcomes. Both in terms of the negative impacts on different people, countries, between people within countries, but also on the extremely uneven distribution of opportunities that are associated with all this digital potential. So I think this really gives us an opportunity to try and see how we can address that, how we can move beyond notions of simply inclusion to issues of equality and justice. And I think this issue of equality is really fundamental to the Brazilian presidency. I think already it's been spoken about the important role that Brazil plays from a democratic perspective, from a inclusion of civil society, participatory civil society, in building the trust that we desperately need, and the legitimacy in our multilateral institutions and global initiatives of this kind. And I think it's really also something that cuts right across this digital transformation agenda, from connectivity to digital government, to information integrity, and of course to AI and associated data-driven technologies. And unless we kind of address them in this holistic way and not sequentially, but also, we can't really be dealing with issues of data justice and algorithmic justice and stuff when we're not addressing some of the fundamental aspects of exclusion, invisibility, underrepresentation that we're seeing. So just to say very briefly, this is, I think, a common agenda that we've had, various civil society, academic, T20 related people and institutions from the Indian presidency, which I think for the first time, perhaps a little bit before, but really significantly brought intellectuals, academics, policy practitioners from the Global South into the G20 process, into the T20 process. I think Brazil's even gone further in really getting strong representation from the Global South. And with the African Union membership, now permanent membership of the G20, this is obviously also a very exciting opportunity for South Africa's presidency, and in fact, President Lula already this week has spoken about the importance of that at the AU summit. But of course, as we move on that digital agenda, working very closely with the African Union, who's trying to develop these continental frameworks to govern digital services and align them with international communities, that we feed all the progress that has been made with the Indian and Brazilian presidency into the South African agenda, which I think most of you who've been following the Sherpa track will know, has the main climate change issues, and of course the global reform around global governance, and very strongly, just transitions and those sorts of things, but perhaps not surfaced enough as much as some of us would like to see some of the global digital agenda that really underpins many of those things. So I'm really looking forward to using these collaborations and these engagements to support African Union and the South African government as they begin to develop their agendas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alison. Now I'll give the floor to Jaqueline Pigato, who is the area coordinator for Data Privacy Brazil.
Bom dia. Eu vou falar em português, aproveitar o ótimo trabalho dos tradutores. Meu nome é Jaqueline Pigato, eu sou coordenadora da Data Privacy Brasil, um think tank brasileiro que trabalha com direitos digitais. E também atualmente estou na posição de Deputy Lead Co-Chair da Força Tarefa 5, chamada Transformação Digital Inclusiva do T20 Brasil. Quero primeiro agradecer a Datasphere Initiative por esse evento incrível que foi organizado hoje. Também agradecer à ENAP e ao comitê organizador do T20 Brasil, tem o IPEA, né, o SEBRE, o Centro Brasileiro de Relações Internacionais, e a FUNAG, Fundação Alexandre de Gusmão, que estão liderando esse trabalho. E nós estamos liderando essa força-tarefa de transformação digital inclusiva junto com a RF Índia. E a gente está muito honrado de estar nessa posição. O T20, ele é um dos vários grupos de engajamento do G20 Brasil, então é uma oportunidade legítima de outros stakeholders estarem participando do processo do G20. A gente tem diferentes grupos e o T20, ou Think 20, é o que abrange think tanks e centros de pesquisa do mundo inteiro. Então, nós estamos trabalhando basicamente em duas dimensões. Uma é com os policy briefs, que a gente está recebendo de think tanks e centros acadêmicos diversos países, nesse tema de transformação digital inclusiva. Esses policy briefs vão ser publicados até o final de junho, e a gente espera que, através deles, a gente possa sumarizar recomendações a serem levadas para a trilha Sherpa do G20 no grupo de economia digital. A gente está terminando agora uma seleção de resumos que nós recebemos, e a gente foi uma das forças-tarefas que mais recebeu resumos, 175 no total, e divididos em 6 trilhas. Então, nessas trilhas, nós temos, além dos 4 temas que já são prioridade no grupo de economia digital e que vão ser abordados mais especificamente aqui hoje, nós temos outros 2 temas, que é o de trabalho decente, relacionado aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, e também a trilha de proteção de dados e cibersegurança. Isso, né, somando, então, com os outros 4. E então a gente tem essa ressonância com o grupo de economia digital, e a outra dimensão que a gente está trabalhando são eventos como esse, né, onde qualquer pessoa interessada pode acessar lá no site do T20 Brasil um formulário de eventos, submeter uma proposta e organizar diálogos que permitam a gente contribuir mais ainda nesse processo, somar as contribuições de eventos, de discussões como a gente está tendo aqui hoje, para as recomendações do T20 que vão ser levadas ao final desse processo do G20. Então, estou bem ansiosa para ouvir todo mundo e conversar, e também estou à disposição para quem quiser falar mais sobre o T20, e espero que a gente tenha um ótimo dia de trabalho. Obrigada.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. And just to echo some of the points, this is supposed to be the start, not the end. We hope that this is going to be the first of a side event of the T20 on the digital track of many other submissions all over the world. So we hope that this sets the tone for the next conversations to come, because certainly we're not going to be able to exhaust all the topics that needs to be covered in this agenda today. Another note on logistics: coffee breaks already being served and has started being served before the start of the event in room 213 here to the right. We then are going to break for lunch. You're welcome to have lunch here at ENAP. There's a nice restaurant that you can have food in, and then we're going to have a coffee break at the end of the day. And if by the end of the day you're not done and you still want to see our faces, we can also arrange that for drinks later. So just a note on how the day is going to play out. And now I'm going to start the first panel on meaningful connectivity. And in this panel, I will welcome with great honor Daniel Cavalcanti from the Ministry of Communications. And he has a presentation to share with us in terms of priorities, Brazilian priorities in this specific topic of connectivity. Daniel, you have the floor.
Yes, and good morning to those present, and good afternoon and good evening to those elsewhere. Thank you very much for this invitation by the engagement group of the T20. I'm Daniel Cavalcanti with the Ministry of Communications of Brazil and a member of the G20 Digital Economy Working Group. I'm very fortunate that I've been part of this working group since its inception, and throughout the years, we've been building consensus on a number of issues that are relevant to the digital economy. As you well know, it's a very diverse group of countries, but whenever we can reach consensus, it provides a way forward to a number of issues. So our first panel here today is, of course, universal and meaningful connectivity. Connectivity is the essential enabler of digital transformation of the economy. As we well know, the digital economy grows at a faster rate than the economy as a whole. Digital transformation of government as a service provider, and digital transformation of the society as a whole in terms of how we work, how we study, how we play. Universal connectivity is, of course, being a goal for many, many years, both at specialized fora and as part of the concept of the Sustainable Development Goals. A more recent addition to this expression is the meaningful connectivity. Why meaningful connectivity? And my idea here is to do a very brief presentation just to set the stage. Why meaningful? Because we've recently gone through a pandemic and all of us realized how essential connectivity was. But for many, they either did not have connectivity, or if they had it, it was inadequate. Think of all the children trying to study online through a cell phone. Any one of us who has ever tried to work a spreadsheet on a cell phone realizes what meaningful connectivity is all about. So today, we'll try to go a little more in depth in terms of this new concept of meaningful connectivity. Next, please. Next slide, please.
I think someone paused the sharing of the screen. We need to bring it back up, please.
Do you see it?
We see it, but just the first slide. If you can stop sharing and restart it again, because it's frozen.
Okay.
Thank you. That's perfect. So could you go back one slide, please? No, back there. That's it. So I'll just briefly skip through this. As you know, throughout the day, we'll be covering most of the topics there. But just to mention that Brazil has selected for this year 4 topics. And we are very fortunate, some of you have mentioned this before me during the presentation, that we have in sequence 3 presidencies of G20, India, now Brazil, and next South Africa. So we all agreed that this was a unique chance to bring a development agenda, development perspective to the G20 deliberations. So as you'll see, all 4 topics that Brazil has selected today, digital inclusion, universal and meaningful connectivity, digital government, integrity of information, and artificial intelligence, all of them with a development perspective. And as a horizontal dimension that integrates all these 4 topics is, of course, digital inclusion, which is a development agenda. Next, please. Just so you know, and to share a bit, our products, so to speak, or our deliverables in terms of the priority on universal and meaningful connectivity will be a workshop to inform the delegates, not all of which are specialists in the specific topic of meaningful connectivity, as to the importance of this. And we'll try to arrive at guidelines for harmonized indicators for meaningful connectivity. That's one of the objectives. And as the outcome of that, we'll produce a document which will hopefully become then an annex to the ministerial declaration. Next, please. Please do not focus on the details, but I just wanted to mention that the ITU, which is our knowledge partner for this specific topic, has an ongoing expert group that has been working now for a number of years on formalizing both a framework and the concept of meaningful connectivity. They will be providing input to our work at the G20, and we can leverage the work from the ITU and gain speed on the deliberations at the G20 Digital Economy Working Group. In the lower right-hand corner, you'll see another interesting dimension. This ITU is collaborating with the UN Tech Envoy. Later on this year at the UN, we'll have the Summit of the Future. They'll be looking at the concept of the Global Digital Compact. This is also ongoing work. So hopefully these 2 fora can interact and produce relevant work. By the way, the UN Tech Envoy is an invitee to our work at the G20 DEWG, Digital Economy Working Group. So one of the main challenges is measuring universal and meaningful connectivity. Why is this important? Not only because each country, each group of countries has to assess whether we're advancing on meaningful connectivity, but we need harmonized indicators so that worldwide we have a clearer picture of how we're advancing on these issues. How does that integrate? First, we have the SDGs and targets that point to 2030. Second, we have, as I mentioned, the UN Tech Envoy and the whole process at the UN. The ITU has provided to the UN Tech Envoy a set of aspirational targets for 2030. That's the basis for the beginning of the discussion on meaningful connectivity. There's some basic elements there. Again, don't focus on each individual, but just the fact that the ITU has produced these aspirational targets. And third, a number of specialized agencies that are devoted to the measuring process in the digital economy have started as well, focusing on meaningful connectivity. That includes the data hub at the ITU, the OECD has also devoted time, the European Union, the UN ECLAC through the ELAC 2024 initiative, and here domestically in Brazil, both the Stakeholder and our colleague Alexandre and his team are here, as well as the official statistics agency of the Brazilian government, IBGE, just to mention a few. Next, please. Just to highlight a bit of the work that ITU has been doing, if you go to the ITU website at the Data Hub, they already have a number of indicators for which they have started to collect data and look at the possibility of commonality and harmonization between different countries. And I wanted to point out, if you look at the, I don't know if it's big enough, but you will see that schools are a key element. Everyone has realized that a basic element of meaningful connectivity is connecting schools, not only physically connecting them to the internet, but leveraging this connection so that actually this is transforming the educational process through digital technologies and adequate devices, so that at an early age, children are being enabled to this digital transformation process. Next, please. I bring here another example. This is an initiative of UNICEF and the ITU called the GIGA initiative. And they are focused on a number of different activities, one of which is mapping connectivity in schools. And I wanted to highlight here, no, please leave it in the previous one, please. No, previous one, the map there, thank you. Just to say that this gives you a picture of how connectivity in Brazil, green basically adequate, red inadequate. How does that meet our goals for meaningful connectivity? First, the SDG goals in terms of quality education, SDG number 4, gender equality, SDG number 5. As we know, universal and quality education promotes gender equality as well. And you can see a number of data. Brazil has 140,000 public schools. Our challenge is to, within the next couple of years, connect the 30-odd thousand ones that are not connected or not adequately connected. And just to show how meaningful connectivity then is a direct expression of what we're trying to achieve here. Next, please. I must mention that key in this effort and the results that Brazil is able to showcase on the GIGA project is the work of CETIC.br through mapping schools. I'm afraid it's a very light-colored map, but trust me, the level of detail in which we are able today to not only detect the fact that a school is connected, but the speed of that education, of that educational institution, their connection to the internet, in terms of a database, how many of these schools are using it for the educational process, only for administration or whatever, so that you can enhance this connectivity continuously. So I'd really like to mention at this point, there's a link to the page where CETIC.br presents in more detail than the GigaMap the information for Brazil. And also to mention in the dark blue box, the fact that NIC.br through Septro has developed the actual measuring device for this. So you can see there is a concerted effort in Brazil to provide meaningful connectivity in schools. Next, please. Another aspect when you look at universal and meaningful connectivity, especially the universal dimension, is the fact that we need financing sources. It's been a matter of study both at the G20, and I highlight Saudi Arabia in 2020 raised the issue, Indonesia in 2022 raised the issue, and more recently we have two excellent papers, one by the ITU and another one that will be published very soon by the OECD. These two more recent papers will feed into our process this year at the G20. We'll be looking at ways of looking at innovative financing for universal and meaningful connectivity. Next, please. What we've been doing in Brazil, I'm not going into detail, but two innovative ways of financing connectivity in Brazil. One was we revamped the Universal Services Fund in Brazil. A change in legislation now allows this to be used for broadband as a universal services. There's a new multi-stakeholder Universal Services Fund Steering Committee, and the priorities that are spelled out are connecting schools and extending fiber coverage. Again, another source of funding is the recent 5G spectrum auction in Brazil has allowed us to earmark part of the funds to connected schools and to another program called Connected North. The innovation here was that winning bidders could deduct the estimated investments for these additional obligations from the value of their bid. This is very innovative. So next, please. And I'm coming to the end. I get the looks here from Lorraine, so I'm quickly coming to the end. I just want to mention one of the projects that's being funded. Could you quickly, please, just skip back to the map of Brazil, about 4 or 5 slides back, if you can listen to me. There. Look at where most of the red is on this map. It's along the Amazon River. This is, of course, small communities north of the Amazon region. Until recently, the only connectivity was through satellite. So if you could go back then to that slide where we were, I just wanted to find out how we're trying to address that deficiency in terms of connecting schools in the north, particularly in the Amazon. Could you go back to that? I guess it's the second to last slide. Yeah, just forward. Yeah. No, keep going forward. Yeah, keep going. Next. There. No, one. So look at the top left-hand corner. You see through a set of fiber optic cables, 12,000 kilometers of fiber optic cables were connecting all the cities along the Amazon River and its tributaries. I will not go into details, just to say this is a major project, partly funded by proceeds from the 5G spectrum auction. It is a major, major project. To the right, you see a number of pictures of the project of laying out the cables. And here at the far left, you can see a typical school in the Amazon and how it will soon be connected. Next, please. Thank you very much. I hope I did not exceed too much the time, but I just wanted to give you this broad perspective and set the stage for the upcoming discussion led, I guess, by Luca Belli. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very eloquent and extensive presentation that allow us to have a very good starting point for the discussion. I will let the speakers introduce themselves in the interest of time. I just wanted to add a minor clarification because I'm extraordinarily happy to have a panel today on meaningful connectivity. because this is something I've been personally involved over the past 8 years. Just for the anecdotal history, the term meaningful connectivity was created by the Alliance for Affordable Internet, of which I've been a board member over the past 8 years, that then evolved into the Global Partnership for Digital Inclusion, so spinning out totally from the previous house in the Web Foundation. And why we decided 8 years ago to start working on this, and I'm sure that Natalia, that was also leading these discussions when she was at the A4AI, could elaborate more, but there was a very important point in the middle of 2010 when we understood that official statistics categorize connected people from the ITU to all the regulators based on whether you have been connected once over the past 3 months to the internet. If you have connected once to the internet over the past 3 months, you are a user, which we thought was a little bit peculiar as a categorization, given how essential it was in daily life to have access to the internet. And as Daniel Cavalcanti was mentioning very well, it is not only having access to your smartphone, it's having access also to your computer, having a very large amount of data to be able to work. Because the huge difference between when you have meaningful connectivity and when you have not is if you have meaningful connectivity, you are able to study, you're able to work, you're able to produce innovation. You're not just a consumer. You are also a prosumer. You can produce innovation, you can consume innovation, but you are not only a passive user. And why it was important at that point to have this conversation and then evolve into this concept of meaningful connectivity, because that was the moment where a lot of, let's say, innovative business models to connect the unconnected were presented as silver bullet, especially zero-rated applications that now are omnipresent in all the global south, including Brazil. Only one country, India, and I will briefly come back to this in 1 second, has prohibited them. And what is the difference? If you only access sponsored applications that usually are large tech companies, especially large social media companies, part of one group, you are basically being only a consumer of that service. You cannot compete with them. It's almost impossible for someone innovative to be meaningfully connected and create a disruptive service that will be used by the others, because the majority of people in the global south, as also in most developed countries, are poor. So if you have free subsidized apps, you use them because you are poor. And if you have to pay to be meaningfully connected, you are not meaningfully connected. It means that rich people are meaningfully connected. Poor people, who are the majority, sadly, and one of the goals of the SDG is to reduce or ideally defeat poverty. If you are poor, if you are not wealthy, you are not meaningfully connected. So we thought 8 years ago, well, we cannot consider everyone, as long as they connect once, equal. You are meaningfully connected if you can use your personal computer, if you can work, if you can large data caps, if you are not restricted. You are not meaningfully connected if you only access social media and you produce data that are coincidentally then consolidated by very few actors. So why, and here I open the floor. Yes, I know that we are being a little bit more flexible in the 2 minutes agreed upon. So just a very important point, because India, which was the previous G20, which held the previous G20 presidency, prohibited these models in 2016 with the net neutrality rules they adopted. And what has been the result? If you cannot give only a few apps for free, the only way that you have to attract consumers is to give all the internet for a very low price. So in 8 years in India, not only internet users have increased of almost 300%, but also prices have decreased of almost 95%. And India has experienced a belle epoque of innovation. Why? Because everyone is meaningfully connected. If you want to create a new disruptive app, you create it, and everyone can use it, and everyone can access it. Now, with this, maybe a little bit provocative initial remarks, I would just like to give the floor to Atwil Coimba from Anatel, Commissioner from Anatel. And also, I know that they are doing a very important study together with IDEC about also these issues. And I'm very happy to be able to discuss with you here after having discussed with you in Japan the last time, which was very nice as well.
Yeah, very exotic places we meet, right? Well, thank you very much for the invitation and for the organizers. I greet everyone who's here. So Luca already introduced myself. I'm a commissioner at Anatel. My name is Arthur. But I've been a policymaker for ICT for the last 15 years, and sometimes very hard to detach myself from that role and understand that today I'm only a regulator. I do not make public policies, which is a part of the ministry, but still Anatel has a role of providing technical assistance to every initiative the ministry and the government takes in order to develop their policies. And as Lucas said, we are running a number of researches and debates regarding meaningful connectivity for the last 1.5 years or 2 years. One of them is with IDEC to try to understand a set of indicators or necessities regarding users in Brazil, so that we can really help the ministry to make a new set of indicators that make sense for meaningful connectivity in Brazil. And when you talk about meaningful connectivity, and I'll be very brief, I know there are colleagues to talk to, but when you talk about meaningful connectivity in Brazil, and you see the set of different branches of indicators that form them, you look back to what Brazil has made already. So this is not very new to us. When you talk about devices, when you talk about bandwidth, quality, when you talk about low price, low costs. So Brazil has been making policies for the last 15 or 20 years regarding those concerns. But there are some very new issues that we must dive into, and I specifically remark cybersecurity or online safety and digital skills. These are quite new for us who are policymakers or regulators in telecom. And there's also a very hard task, which is to design the correct indicators so that you can say if someone has a skill or not. From my perspective, as a Brazil in the presidency of the G20, this may be an opportunity for us to broaden that discussion and to, as Daniel said, to set the indicators that make sense not only for developed countries but also for developing countries. When you take a look at digital skills, for example, the indicators seem to me very much focused on developed countries' necessities, very labor-oriented and very PC-oriented. So I'm not saying they're not important, but if you only measure whether a person can attach a file to an email and send it, or if someone can insert a simple math formula in a spreadsheet application, and we are not taking a look at other dimensions of their life of the people, you're not quite correctly measuring, from my perspective, what is to have a digital skill. I'm not saying this indicator is not important. They are important, but they're not the only thing that matters. And I think that Brazil has the opportunity with India, which has a very similar social condition in Brazil, to make these new indicators. So what Anatel is trying to do, as Luca mentioned, is to bring information, prospect what's going on, what are the real necessities of the users, so that we can help design those new indicators.
Thank you very much. And now let's go directly through Alexandre Barbosa, as CETIC also has in the pipeline a very interesting study on the matter. So please, Alexandre, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Luca. Good morning, everyone. And thanks, DataSphere, for organizing this very important space of dialogue. Well, I have initially would like to highlight the fact that it is very interesting when you see a given country such as Brazil, where the ministry and policymakers and regulators have embraced this concept of meaningful connectivity. It is not very common to see both policymakers and regulators trying to really understand that we have to move beyond having connection, right? And as Brazil is moving almost to a universal, where we have most of our households connected, even with a mobile phone, but they are connected. And the majority of the population, like almost 90%, are internet users. But so what? What type of skills they are developing and what type of use they're doing of internet? I have one slide, Lorraine, I don't know if you can project it. Because my second message in my 2 minutes is to announce that we are going to launch within 1 month, beginning of April, a new study based on some conceptual frameworks, which is initially A for AI and then ITU. And we have designed an analytical framework to understand how this concept is understood and is really being observed in our country in terms of our household and individuals. And what we did, we had for 19 years, the household survey, which is the largest and the most important source for connectivity in Brazil. We have processed it backwards 5 years to understand how this concept has evolved. And when we, I don't know if you can project this slide. They don't have it. Okay, no worries. Because I just wanted to show you that although you have most part of the population, Brazilian population, using the internet and have access, the proportion of individuals having really meaningful access is not 90%. It's about 24, 25%, meaning that they have more than one device, not only the mobile. The connectivity is affordable. They don't have the data cap limit. They have access to different devices, right? They have skills. So what we did, we got these 5 years backwards and analyzed it in 3 dimensions. Territorial dimension, like rural versus urban. Yes, that's the diagram. As you can see, we are using A4AI initially design concept for meaningful connectivity, and then ITU that expanded, bringing other very important dimensions such as digital skills, security that Arthur has just mentioned. But in the first layer in our analytical framework, we have critical enabling factors for meaningful connectivity. These are the meaningful conditions that we need to have really meaningful connectivity, meaning affordability, equipment accessibility, I mean, diversity of equipment, not only mobile, the quality of connection, and usage environment, the frequency and the location of use. As Luca has mentioned, we use the internet every day, right? So frequency of use and location of use is also a very important enabler. And in the second layer, we have the qualification and type of internet usage. Then we have skills and online activities, right? What type of activity you do online. And then when you bring these 3 analytical lengths, like territorial dimension, social demographic dimension, meaning sex, age, level of scholarity, etc., and the socioeconomic dimension, like socioeconomic class, etc., if you are in a workforce or not, then you can see very clearly what's going on in terms of meaningful connectivity. And in the graph below, you see that Brazil is evolving. The red line is decreasing and the blue line is increasing. The blue line is the optimal conditions for you to have a meaningful connectivity, right? And the red one is decreasing. So although we have almost universal connectivity, we still don't have meaningful connectivity. Well, my 2 minutes is gone. I hope that you can access this publication very soon in 3 languages, Portuguese, English, and Spanish, with all the detailed from the conceptual framework to the analytical framework based on the ICT Household Survey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexandre. In the interest of meaningful participation, I've decided to unilaterally increase the minute cap to 4, but please let's try to stay in the 4 minutes. Natalia, the floor is yours, and the mic.
Thank you, Luca. So my name is Natalia Fodic. I have been involved in these debates of meaningful connectivity since the inception, as Luca has mentioned. I'm really looking forward to the launch of CETIC's publication, because I'm pretty confident it will provide us a perspective of the reality in Brazil that it's unique. We haven't measured in that way before. I'm nervous because I only have a few seconds left, but I would like to reply to Daniel's presentation, 3 key points. I'm also involved in the CEPAL's ELAC process, so that first one is based on that. I think one of the key issues is, of course, we need harmonized indicators, but what I'm seeing through that process is that it will be really interesting to have not only the harmonized indicators, but also some aspirational targets. So that's my first comment, because we don't have enough data yet to actually do comparable measurements across all countries. So my first suggestion is to have both the harmonized and the aspirational targets. The second one relates to innovative financing. Yes, Brazil has done a lot of things that can actually be shared with the world. But also I would like to highlight the importance of making sure that the innovative financing mechanisms we currently have are still going to the truly small operators, small ISPs, and community networks. Because we know that we are finally disbursing the Universal Service Fund, but not necessarily, like the smaller ISPs are not necessarily going to be able to have access to that, to those resources. So I think it's important to, and actually that's something that happens across the region too, at least from previous studies I have undertaken. And the last one, okay, I still have 1 minute and a half, is I obviously believe that discussing abilities, digital abilities, is urgent, and we need to make sure that we have the right framework to do so. However, I'm also afraid in a way that that will deviate somehow the conversation to the areas in which we still need infrastructure. So I want to make sure that that's somehow reflected in debates too, that although infrastructure is already like, especially in countries like Brazil, we don't start from a greenfield point of view, but there are still many areas that are unserved. So that's my last point. Thank you.
Fantastic points. And then last, but of course not least, we have remotely Dr. Alison Gilwood. Please, Alison, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Luca. And sadly not time to debate the first analysis on the outcomes of zero rating, etc. But just to say that, the figures that Alexandra Barbosa has just put up, the fantastic data that CETIC produces annually, and of course a completely, fabulous role model for the rest of us. In Africa, we've recently completed much smaller numbers across 8 African countries only this year. It used to be up at 20, but all the funding that goes into digital indicators now goes into AI and other things. So I suppose one of the first points I wanted to make is that we don't actually have the public data to assess our progress towards the SDGs. I think the former head of the ITU has mentioned this, and the former head of GSMA has said, all we know is that we're far off target. We are way off target. And it's really around this kind of inequitable access. So I think we really see it in the context of COVID, where we see the compounding inequality effects of digital inequality on already, amplifying structural inequalities, but with, the inability to digitally substitute to mitigate the risks, the health risks and the economic risks of lockdowns during COVID have been extremely debilitating on economies and really rendered them, unless we do something very differently, very unable to prepare themselves for economic reconstruction. In this post-COVID period. And also just to point out that, I think everybody said from the World Health Organization, etc., that it's just a matter of time before we find ourselves in this situation again, and how well are we prepared? And I don't think we are. I think we have come out of COVID having seen these enormous inequalities, having seen the devastating effects on lives and livelihoods as a result of digital inequality. And we are continuing to pick up the policies that, as I said, served us well to, achieve certain levels of connectivity and of digital inclusion, but not digital equity, and not in the data context and data justice. And I think that's really, from a policy perspective, the human rights and other indicators that we should also be considering as we assess these things. So firstly, just we're unable to harmonize indicators. ITU has been trying to do this for years. I also sit with Alexandra and people on that expert group, because there simply isn't the resources within countries to collect that digital data, and there isn't the global funding to support these digital public goods, these public statistics. And so when we consider the financing of universal service access, I would urge us in our deliberations at the T20 to be, and the G20, to be considering how we finance this evidence base we need to develop appropriate policies in order to get exactly the right interventions we need. So yes, the supply side interventions that we've had over years around connectivity, and I think many people have mentioned, of course we do still have gaps. There are enormous gains, but the demand side data that we see is actually, these are the real constraints. These are the real barriers to connectivity, but not only connectivity, but equitable inclusion or meaningful inclusion. And really, you can only get that demand side data. You can only get disaggregated gender data from nationally representative statistic surveys that you are doing in a country where you can actually model the data. So without that, we are getting quite honestly, quite often spurious data, very patchy data, extrapolations from a very small number of African countries to 50 African countries that look very, very different in the analysis of that data. So we have to begin to understand that if we're going to be serious about redressing something like gender inequality. The disaggregated but gender categorized statistics actually mask the enormous heterogeneity within classifications of gender of that kind. That broadly, we have to deal with this from an intersectional inequality approach, and those that are most marginalized are actually the intersections of multiple inequalities, particularly rural or remote areas as well. And then just also to speak about the enormous differences in countries. So this COVID survey work that we were doing across the global south with IEP in Peru and Learn Asia in Asia, You know, all of those countries found that during COVID, it had these very unequal outcomes. So some people were able to pivot, some people were able to substitute, some people were able to even flourish as a result of you know, being able to be productive online, as Luca was saying. But for most countries, so even a country like Peru with very high levels of universal access are actually unable to you know, get those aged people online. So while I'm saying we need to harmonize, we need to you know, focus on the collective challenges that face us at a planetary level, these are also very, very context specific and require that kind of data. So just to say, you know, we can't be dealing with this as communications policy or digital policy. Digital now, you know, affects everything. It is completely cross-cutting. We need transversal policies that will allow us to address, for example, from our research, the fundamental barrier to digital access and use is education. Not digital skills, not digital literacy, not digital engineering or electronic engineering. It's actually education. Men and women of a similar education level and a similar income are able to access the internet in similar ways. They do different things with it, but they're able to do it. So unless we are addressing these fundamental human development challenges, we are never going to be able to see the digital transformation that we all aspire to.
Thank you very much, Alison. A very excellent points to open our brief but meaningful discussion. For the floor, anyone here, please feel free to raise your hands, and anyone in the chat, please feel free to raise your little hand that Zoom allows you to raise, and please be telegraphic in your comments or questions so that we may have time for quick reactions from the panel. Do we have any questions, comment? There is one question here. Do we have another mic? Yeah, may I ask you to please pass to the gentleman here the mic?
Hello. Should I stand up or?
As you please.
Okay. So I'm Fabio from cetic.pr in Brazil. And I would just like to react on Arthur's talk about the need for better indicators of digital skills, which I completely agree. In fact, ITU itself agrees. So I think apart from a room for opportunity, there's also a very good room for improvement. There's also a window of opportunity to work on these indicators. But I would just like to stress that even in the current indicators that we have of digital skills, it's very interesting to see how when you move from a less meaningful connectivity to a more meaningful connectivity, any type of skills, be it data literacy or problem solving or communication, either basic or advanced, they grow for each level of meaningful connectivity. So this stresses that all we collect now in household surveys throughout the world, it's very clear to see when you correlate with indicators of digital meaningful connectivity, that every set of skills are improved when people are giving the right conditions, the right connectivity conditions. Of course, it doesn't end with having a meaningful connectivity, but it's an important starting point. Yeah, just.
Excellent. Do we have other, yes, another comment here? And while you pass the mic, also let me add that one of the reasons why I was mentioning the anecdote of meaningful connectivity is for people that work on this, it's also a little bit frustrating to see that it takes, in the best case scenario, 8 years to have something so important to starting to be acknowledged. So I think that I would also join Alison to say that we need more to consider more relevant these issues and to give the importance, including with meaningful studies and research on it, because otherwise you know, it's frustrating to think that we not only need 8 years and the pandemic. I mean, we don't need a catastrophe to realize that important things are important.
Hi, my name is Michel Souza. I am a public policy director at Direitos Digitales, and I'm very happy to be here and listen to all this discussion regarding meaningful connectivity. And I just would like to add a brief point that we like did in research, comparative research in connectivity in Amazonia region. We did comparative research in Brazil, in Colombia, Bolivia, and Ecuador. And one thing that we is one of the main findings of this research is how we think about meaningful connectivity and technological autonomy. I think that this is one important point because we have a lot of indigenous communities and that have different needs, and maybe these communities, maybe they don't want to be connected, and we have to respect that in terms of self determination that is internationally recognized, and also how this connectivity will interfere in their lives in terms of the culture, in terms of their language, and all these kind of interference that can have this connectivity. So I think that making public policies for this region is very important to have this concept of self-determination and also this concept of technological autonomy. Thank you.
Excellent point. We have another intervention here.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. Vou falar em português. Meu nome é Gustavo, eu sou presidente da Associação Brasileira de GovTechs, sediada em Belo Horizonte. São startups especialistas em inovação para governos. Primeiro, agradecer o convite desse fórum para que nós pudéssemos estar aqui representados e pudéssemos deixar aqui a nossa impressão. Desculpa que eu estou um pouco ofegante. E dizer, primeiro, né, da importância e do quão nós estamos nos sentindo felizes por essa passagem do Brasil à liderança do G20. Era um fórum que nós percebíamos tão distante da nossa realidade, e nós estamos aqui tendo a oportunidade de colocar o nosso ponto de vista, né, de deixar a nossa pauta, de deixar a nossa agenda. Então é nesse sentido que eu quero colocar para vocês, né, as startups especialistas em inovação para governos, num sentido paradoxal aos desafios que nós colocamos quanto ao desenvolvimento de inteligência artificial, com o uso de dados regionais, com o desenvolvimento de TICs, para que a gente possa democratizar o acesso à educação, com conectividade, a própria conectividade em si. Esses desafios são paradoxais ao que as startups estão desenvolvendo, né, em suas soluções, muitas vezes sem apoio, sem espaços institucionais, que nesse sentido aqui é um espaço importante para que a gente possa colocar essas questões em voga, né? E muitas vezes a gente percebe público e privado sendo colocado em esferas diferentes, mas eu sempre coloco que nós somos duas faces diferentes de uma mesma moeda. Faz muito mais sentido se nós dermos as mãos para poder desenvolver tecnologias relevantes, de fato gerar inovação. Essa é a nossa luta em relação à agenda Smart Cities. Nós teremos em Belo Horizonte, por exemplo, que é a nossa cidade sede, no dia 26 de março, a Expo BH Cidades Inteligentes. A nossa luta desde 2017, quando começou de fato as principais bibliografias no Brasil, chegarem ao Brasil sobre Smart Cities, a nossa visão foi sempre no sentido de aproximar esse conceito que às vezes estava muito vinculado à telecom e muito vinculado a ferramentas tecnológicas, aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentáveis da ONU. Então, essa foi sempre a nossa percepção, de geração de tecnologia e inovação para as pessoas, né? O nosso trabalho como atividade meio e com o objetivo final gerar para a humanidade, para a sociedade, algum avanço, alguma inovação. E é nesse sentido que eu quero colocar as startups especialistas em inovação para governo à disposição desse fórum, desse grupo, pela agilidade que naturalmente as pequenas empresas de base tecnológica têm e por aquilo de relevante que a gente pode deixar de contribuição para a humanidade. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado pelos comentários. We just have a last comment from the remote participation from Luis from Cameroon. So if you want to intervene, Luis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Luca, and thank you also, Alison. I'm very glad to meet you. And so I would like just to stress a point. It was about what Alison said, especially regarding data justice. And we should also try to foresee some situation that will occur shortly, especially with the advent of AI and particularly generative AI, that require a lot of data and information. And the main issue regarding especially AI, yes, is the data. And we know that each time we are in contact with the technology, it's not neutral. And we can see the impact or the effects, even for those who are starting to be connected, especially in remote or rural areas. So what we observe today, for instance, with the extinguishing of languages and so on, is because of the technology. Somehow, because people are in contact with, let's say, content in other languages and so on, and this can also affect, let's say, the younger generations. And if we are not paying attention, we will find that a loss of, let's say, local identities will be lost at a certain point, and we really need also to raise the awareness. So meaningful connectivity can also help to address such an issue by helping local people also to produce local content that can be used later to feed AI system and so on. Today we are speaking a lot about bias in system, especially AI system and so on. But presently there is, let's say, it is a bit difficult to solve the issue if there is no data coming from also those communities. So this can be an important point for advocacy to connect those people with meaningful connectivity so that they can also produce data that can be used later to, let's say, feed AI system and so on, and help to prevent the extinguishing of some legacy coming from those areas. This is just the point I would like to mention regarding what Alison said and about data justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. And actually, this comment provides an excellent segue for the next panel that will explore artificial intelligence and will be moderated by Professor Edson Prestes. No, they will not. So I will be moderated by Lorraine. Thank you very much, everyone, for the excellent contributions.
Thank you so much, Luca. All right, so now we are, for those that are joining us online, we are running 20 minutes late, but I've enlisted Felipe Moura, who's going to be my moderator now and representing me in keeping the 2 minutes per speaker. But before that, before I open the floor for contributions, I'm pleased to welcome Eliane Emediato, who's Director of the Department of Science, Technology, and Digital Innovation for the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation of Brazil. Thank you so much.
Bem, bom dia a todos. Vou falar em português. Eu queria agradecer o convite para o Ministério estar aqui. E eu, como o Daniel e os colegas, sou parte do time Brasil, do G20, e no Ministério nós somos responsáveis pela trilha de IA. E estamos aqui com alguns colegas que também fazem parte do nosso grupo. Tem aqui os colegas do NIC, aqui atrás nossos colegas da NPD, que agora se uniram também ao nosso grupo. E pode passar, next one, slide, please. Queria dizer que o nosso parceiro Knowledge Partner é a Unesco, nesse trabalho aqui da inteligência artificial. E para iniciar, eu gostaria de dizer que o foco do nosso debate, o foco, as prioridades que nós definimos, elas para discutir inteligência artificial no G20, foi trazer para o debate o levantamento, conhecer os indicadores em torno das desigualdades e das capacidades que têm os países para desenvolver inteligência artificial. E menos foco na questão do uso e na questão dos riscos de implementação. Então, vocês vão ver que mais nos próximos slides o nosso foco nessa questão das capacidades. Não, por favor, o anterior. Next, the previous slide, please. E nós vamos falar, o nosso trabalho está focado nessas prioridades das capacidades nacionais, para a gente poder conhecer as diferenças, as desigualdades em termos de linguística, das questões culturais, raciais e contextos geográficos, a promoção do desenvolvimento e implementação de sistemas de inteligência artificial para melhorar a qualidade de vida, a inteligência artificial como é que a gente pode usar a inteligência artificial como um instrumento de inclusão e não um instrumento de exclusão, principalmente esses temas que nós estamos buscando no nosso grupo, as responsabilidades e ética do uso de IA, e também, como vocês vão ver no nosso detalhamento, a gente vai ter também um levantamento sobre as boas práticas, ou não sei se o termo seria boas práticas, mas a identificação de práticas, né? A gente tem sempre sido corrigido com a questão do good practices, né? As práticas que são utilizadas nos países para que a gente possa compartilhar a utilização nos governos, e esses seriam as prioridades que foram definidas. Next slide, please. Ok. Para poder fazer o nosso trabalho, a gente elaborou algumas perguntas, né, que a gente busca responder, né? Como a inteligência artificial ela pode ajudar, né? Como que os sistemas de inteligência artificial podem ajudar os governos e as empresas para melhorar as condições de vida, as diferenças sociais dos grupos e principalmente os grupos marginalizados. Então, o nosso trabalho está todo identificado com o tema maior do G20, que é a redução das desigualdades, né? Existem caminhos para mitigar essa desigualdade? Como é que os países estão fazendo isso? E como que a inteligência artificial, incluindo a infraestrutura computacional, pode ajudar os países? A gente pode capacitar pessoas. Como é que está sendo esse trabalho em cada país? A gente quer levar, com o estudo que a gente vai fazer, buscar essas respostas, né? Como essa questão da inteligência artificial pode melhorar no contexto local de cada país. E também como os sistemas abertos de inteligência artificial vão poder dar o maior acesso à tecnologia. Next one, next slide, please. Para tentar responder essas perguntas, nós definimos 3 entregas. Esse trabalho é o que nós estamos agora debruçados sobre isso, para fazer o detalhamento desse trabalho, né? A gente quer desenvolver um framework, uma metodologia para conhecer as capacidades nacionais de inteligência artificial nos países membros do G20. Vamos também fazer uma outra pesquisa, que é um mapeamento das práticas que são usadas para soluções de serviço público. Então, esse é um outro importante tema que a gente vai tratar. E vamos também fazer aqui em Brasília um evento internacional. Esse evento internacional ele já está marcado para o dia 17 de abril. Nós vamos fazer esse evento aqui, no Itamaraty, no Palácio do Itamaraty, onde a gente vai trazer essa discussão de como já teremos para esse evento a base para discutir essa questão das capacidades. A ideia é trazer especialistas também que tenham conhecimento nessa área, que possa ajudar os países e a gente apresentar para os países como essas ferramentas de IA podem ajudar os países a melhorar sua capacidade, como é que melhorar a capacitação das pessoas, ou seja, é um desafio muito grande para a gente entender, colocar a inteligência artificial para ajudar nessa redução das desigualdades, mas um tema que a gente está por trás disso tudo é que como esses países eles podem deixar de ser meros usuários e passar a ser desenvolvedores de IA. Então, a gente buscando esses levantamentos e fazendo, conhecendo a realidade de cada país, né, a gente estima que a gente pode ajudar, né, esse salto, essa mudança em meros usuários para também países serem desenvolvedores de IA. Eu vou ajudar aqui a organização, não vou chegar nos 10 minutos, então, next slide, please. Esse é meu último slide, já informando do nosso evento. E aqui eu termino, Lorraine, antes dos 10 minutos, e a gente pode dar uma melhoradinha no tempo, ok? Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much, Elaine. Felipe Moura, it's great to be here. Thank you for the invite. It's an honor and big shoes to be filling for Professor Edson. I couldn't be here today, but I'm happy to moderate the session. I'm the vice president of the Brazilian AI Association, ABRIA, and that's the capacity that I'm here as. And I always really appreciate when I'm moderating such generous speakers like you. Thank you for giving us back time. I know we're a little late with our agenda, and I've been asked to be very strict about the 2-minute time, and I'll try my best at that. And I give my apologies in advance for that. Since I do have the mic, I want to say that, and this is a sort of a provocation that I hope to start with. We need to build the future that we want rather than simply hope that will come about on its own, right? That's why we are here. And AI can be a powerful ally for whatever future we're looking at. And of course, I am an enthusiast of the positive sides of AI. Of course, that's why I am in the Brazilian AI Association. It wouldn't make sense otherwise, right? But we need to understand that AI is a tool. It's an incredible tool, but it's a tool nonetheless. So we should give it proper use. We should foster positive use cases. We should generate real impact. And this is why, by the way, Prometheus from Greek mythology gave humanity fire. It's to liberate and to empower us. And this is sort of the same sort of paradigm that I want to invite us to look at. Of course, tools can be mishandled, and they ever so often have. And we must stay vigilant about that as well. But while we think about the things that we do not want or will not accept with AI, I say we experiment with the things that we want to see and we want to have, and AI should be used and can be used and has been used to promote well-being and inclusion. AI should be used to promote accessible healthcare. AI should be used to help augment job performance. But on the other side, it should also be used to help prepare people for the next challenges in the workforce. So governments can and should use AI to improve the livelihoods of marginalized social groups through better data-powered policies. Governments should use automation and efficient uses of resources, again, powered by AI. And even welfare and assistance policies can be improved through hyper-personalization. On the side of data, and I'm coming to an end, Brazil's unparalleled diversity also brings great advantages. We'll likely be better in some areas than in others. We'll be probably better positioned in healthcare and in agribusiness than some other countries. But our diversity alone requires better algorithms. And this is something that we at the association are really proud about. We have some great cases that we can talk about at length in another more lengthy discussion. But of course, none of this will happen if we do not create the right environment, if we do not create the right incentives, including, but of course not limited to, government procurement of AI. So my perspective is hopeful, but cautious. So I want to ensure that AI will propel us into the better future, but we need to make sure that that happens. And my invitation is for us to do that together. So having said that, Michelle Souza, I would like to invite you to give your very brief 2-minute speech.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate this opportunity to talk about artificial intelligence. And we know that this is a huge challenge. We had discussions now regarding regulations. We know that the AI Act is almost being finalized, and we have the Brussels effect also, and we have to be aware of that. And I think this G20 is a good opportunity also to think about AI from the global south and from our needs, that what we have and what we really need. And I think that this mapping exercise regarding the good practices are whatever we are going to say in this final document is a very good and very important thing to do. From our perspective, we had like a series of research regarding case studies, how countries in Latin America are developing and deploying AI systems, and we discovered that there's a alarming trend of increasing the use of AI systems in sensitive areas of public policy, such as to provide state services without proper public debates or safeguards against potential misuse and abuses. So I think that this is one thing that we have to highlight, that transparency and human rights impact assessments are important in these cases when state is going to have AI systems. And the other thing, it's kind of connected, that we are talking about also the assessment of national capacities. I think that is participation. This is an important issues regarding participation to assess what is going on and to assess what do we need. And since I just have 2 minutes and it's just left, I just like to say that transparency, human rights impact assessment, and participation are 3 key elements. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michel, and thank you for respecting the time. Viridiana, would you like to speak?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Viridiana Limonti. I'm Associate Director for Latin American Policy at the Electronic Frontier Foundation, which is an organization that works with human rights and technology in different countries. And so addressing the topics that we discuss here, I think that in the first point regarding development, deployment, and innovation, looking at mitigating inequalities among countries, and also the role of regional global South cooperation, public policies, investments, and an anti-monopoly approach on that. When we talk about AI, I think it's important to take a look also when mapping making the assessment of national capabilities of G20's countries, to look at the different layers of the artificial intelligence stack. So the hardware layer, the computer microprocessing units, chips that we unfortunately reversed the idea of closing one company here that produced them, the cloud infrastructure for that, the model layer itself, which is the statistical model for doing the AI tasks, and the AI application itself with which the user interacts, and exploring different approaches on that for an anti-monopoly approach, considering structural separations, non-discrimination, open access, interoperability rules, and so on. Another issue is the role and responsibilities of states when developing, implementing, and using AI and automated decision-making systems, which connects with Michel's concerns. And also when we see the G20 Digital Economy Working Group issue brief that you showed us, asking how effectively governments can use AI to improve the living conditions of different social groups, particularly the marginalized ones. We have crucial concerns on how these have been employed in the region. At least we follow this in Latin America. And this also connects to the next panel regarding digital government. So it's really important to ensure that the use of these technologies are accompanied by the creation of the necessary apparatus and capabilities and structure of our of the public administration and different government branches to assess the technology and to create the environment for transparency and public participation on those, and to ensure rights and the different and And we will see the new research of CETIC regarding ICT electronic government. The last one released was in 2022, and there are already important data there showing, for example, how local governments weren't prepared, not even to actually comply with data protection law. So if we want to spread the use of these technologies, we must have a company structure for ensuring rights. And yeah, so just, I mean, I've already passed my time. So this is my seconding Michelle that we have to have human rights as a baseline approach for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Veridiana. Thank you so much. Stephanie Fayemi, if I have pronounced that right. You're participating remotely. Can you hear us? Can you see us?
Hi there, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead,
Okay,
please.
awesome. Thanks so much. And thanks to the team for the invitation. I just want to plus one a lot of the comments that have already been made. I think these are really, really important points that I think the minister made an important point around ensuring that AI can enhance the quality of life. But I think that what we found at Partnership on AI is that in order to ensure that AI produces these good outcomes, going back to the development and deployment of the models is absolutely critical. So last year, we produced a piece of work called The Safe Deployment of Foundation Models. And this really looks at the safety steps that we think model developers need to take from the R&D level through to post-deployment. And so I think in order to have good outcomes, and I know we've discussed it, including in the previous panels, ensuring that systems are fair, ensuring that systems are free of bias, it's absolutely critical, I think, that these are built into the models as they are developed and deployed. One example being, if we just take the case of synthetic media and large language models, the outputs from these LLMs are can produce very important outcomes and outputs that will be useful to many countries in the G20. However, there are important questions around disclosure mechanisms, authentication mechanisms, thinking about what data went into the development of these large language models. And so again, I think just really grounding that point around inclusivity, going back to development, I think will be really, really critical. So part of that, actually, I think that there is an opportunity here is around documentation and transparency. If we look at previous G20 discussions, there has been a lot of emphasis on the need for good documentation, transparency, and interpretability. And there might be an opportunity here for the G20, I think, to advance that part of the discussion as we are sort of thinking about potential opportunities. But I think that in terms of how we get to that outcome and thinking about documentation and transparency in an effective way, I think one of the previous speakers mentioned the point around who is at the table. Something that we are focused on very much at PAI at the moment is how do we ensure that we amplify the voices of civil society and industry, and particularly from wider G20 countries, who I think can be more prominently engaged in a lot of the discussions at the moment. So, for example, last year, we saw the announcement of several AI safety institutes. The US AI Safety Institute is just about to be launched by NIST. The UK Safety Institute, Japan has a safety institute, and there's a lot of discussion around interoperability, how these institutes work together. And we've, of course, had the safety summits. I think how can we get more voices from the G20, and particularly G20 civil society organizations into those discussions will be really, really important. The second point I'll very quickly come back to, and I know I'm about to time out, is I know that the minister mentioned there will be some work to do the mapping across good practices from other countries. I think that's absolutely critical. I think that's a really great point around, we have the executive order, the AI Act was mentioned, the G20 Code of Conduct. The interoperability between those points is critical. However, I know that G20 countries more widely outside of some of those examples are thinking about their own frameworks. How do they sort of think about technical standards and tools and regulatory frameworks? So doing that well, but also thinking about how you do that mapping with the needs of G20 countries that go beyond some of the more regulatory proposals in the EU, in the US that we typically focus on in a lot of forums, I think will be important. So bringing the perspectives of Brazil and other countries more prominently into that discussion, I think that's a strong opportunity. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Do we have Adeboye Adegoke with us or online? Can you see and hear us?
I'm online.
All right, you have the floor. 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thanks to you, and thanks to That's Fair for putting the event together. I'm Adeboye Adegoke, and I represent an organization called Paradigm Initiative. We are based in Africa, and we represent an African voice. It's a pleasure to join this conversation and to offer our perspective to the conversation. I would not, bother to dwell on some of the issues that have been talked about, that have been, mentioned so far. And I think the first thing I would have loved to talk about is to, emphasize some of the benefits that we can derive from artificial intelligence, especially from an African perspective. But I won't bother to do that anymore because of the limitation of time. So I want to focus on 4 key things that I think are very important, and I would love to, emphasize for the attention of the G20 and for the work that we are doing through the T20. I think it's important for me to emphasize the importance of leaving no one behind. The previous session, which was speaking a lot to meaningful connectivity, connects to some of the work that we do in terms of understanding that as much as technology appears prevalent, as much as conversations such as artificial intelligence adoption in our world seems to be prevalent, there are so many people that are still, unfortunately, not connected to the internet. And as the adoption of AI permeates the globe, even in regions where there seems to be little to no development, there are a lot of people who are unable to benefit from those benefits that are available through these new technologies. And it's very important that in such conversation, even at the level of the G20, that there is a deliberate effort to spotlight the issues of digital divide, because there is still very huge digital divide that exists between the global north and the global south, as well as within countries within the global south themselves. So, and this kind of, expand existing inequalities in access to artificial intelligence technologies, access to skills, access to opportunities. This can limit the ability of marginalized communities to benefit from artificial intelligence advancement. So that will be my first intervention. The second intervention will be in terms of capacity and what I call policy gaps. Capacity building is key to AI adoption, and this can be thought of in many ways. Whether you are thinking in terms of AI governance in itself, AI regulations, and all of that, everybody, every country, every region around the world will be trying to play catch up. We're trying to follow the direction of what they see most developed countries do in terms of enacting new regulations, introducing new laws regarding AI governance. And what we have seen in the course of our work is that a lot of people do that by just copy-pasting what they see happen elsewhere without the actual capacity to be able to achieve an effective governance of this system. So I think it's important to be deliberate about capacitating those who will make the rule, especially in jurisdiction and contexts where there are clear gaps of digital governance and literacy. We should also think in terms of knowledge transfer. We should think in terms of empowering local researchers, especially those from disadvantaged part of the world, policymakers, and of course, even local entrepreneurs to be able to contribute to AI development and governance frameworks. And I think the issue, ethical issues, it's something that I think has been overflowed. So I don't need to over-talk about this, but I think AI raises complex and ethical questions related to privacy, consent, accountability, transparency, sometimes developing culturally sensitive and contextually appropriate ethical frameworks that reflect the value of norms of diverse society. This remains a significant challenge, and these challenges are mostly amplified in jurisdiction, mostly in the global south, and I think it's important for that to be emphasized. It's important for that to be taken cognizance of in implementation of any frameworks in any AI agenda across the globe. And
you've
lastly,
run way past your time. Can you finish in 15 seconds?
Okay.
15 seconds.
Yeah, I can do that. I just want to quickly data justice, transparency, eliminating bias, data sovereignty, data inequality and bias. We need to address the problem of limited access to quality data and the prevalence of biased data sets, because they can also expand existing inequalities and perpetuate bias in AI systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adeboye. I am told we have another speaker, Ogus from Oxford University, if I got that right. Do you see and hear us?
I can see and hear you. Hi, everyone.
2 minutes, please.
Sure, I'll keep it within 2. So thanks a lot for the invitation. I'll talk to you a little bit about the project that we do here at Oxford called Fair Work. It's a project that's located in Oxford and in Berlin. So we've been talking about AI providing and platform digital economies in general, providing a lot of opportunities, especially to workers. But we've also been talking a bit about the need to regulate it, because if left unregulated, then it can cause a lot of unfavorable conditions for the very workers that are engaged with AI. So how do we do regulation? That's a question that I would like to tackle here in my 2 minutes. And of course, government and policymakers are a regulatory body, and then they are important, but that's not the only means of regulation. There are also many different stakeholders, and that's what we try to do at Fair Work here, to bring in different stakeholders around the table to talk about ways of making sure of ensuring that the platform economy and AI mediated work is fair. And to do that, we have over the past 5 years devised a number of sets of principles that address different ways in which platforms and AI is used in regulating labor transaction. One of them is the geographically tethered principles, as we call them, things like Uber, etc., where work is done on the ground. Another set of principles, Fair Work principles, is called the online principles or cloud work principles to evaluate companies that do translation transcription services, for example. And the last set over the last year that we've been devising is AI and BPO principles, where companies are used to train AI. So using these different sets of standards and principles, what we do as a research project is to evaluate companies that use AI in different parts of the world. So far, the research takes place in 40 countries, but we also look at specific platforms, specific companies that are not located in a specific country alone. And the reason for doing that is using these scores, we try to raise awareness and to put pressure on supply chains. That's the main aim of one of the main aims of the research. And I will post the links to the research, to different rankings that we have done so far over the past 5 years, different scores. But I'm going to end my 2 minutes with just mentioning that we also have a Fair Work pledge that we open to different stakeholders. Maybe some of them are in the room today, where signing it ensures that you're going to be using higher scoring platforms that are treating their workers fairly. So that for us is another way of using knowledge, using scientific knowledge to regulate this economy, to ensure that the workers are not facing, say, a race to the bottom, but rather enjoying fairer and safer standards at work.
Thank you, August. Thank you so much. Thank you for all our panelists. I understand from the organization that we have 10 minutes for Q&A, and I'm sure many of you are eager to pose your questions and comments either here or online. At the very least, I say we should stop and help Eliana and the Ministry of Science and Technology and with all their mapping and the research, because it all looks really good. But I understand we have a question right behind me.
Hi, thank you. I'm Grazella from CETIC.br. It's a very brief question, I promise. I guess it's quite important to improve policies that allows countries like Brazil to develop their own AI technologies, right? Not to be again dependent of other countries. But besides of that, I would like to remark the importance of trying to improve data governance policies. Because if we're talking about AI, we're talking about data, and we are in this diverse and huge country like South Africa or India, that if we're not trying to look to those who are underrepresented, we are going to reproduce a very extremely inequality situation. So I guess it's our challenge to try to move forward in this debate on data governance as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to comment?
Bem, nós já estamos trabalhando com o pessoal da NPD. Esse tema já está sendo trazido para o nosso grupo, né, da questão dos dados, e a gente já está com essa preocupação, e nesse detalhe, a gente já, no detalhamento das atividades, a gente já deve envolver também esse assunto das políticas de dados.
From my personal perspective, one thing that I always found very interesting is that locally relevant content and locally relevant data have been an issue since we started talking about connectivity, right? And we haven't fixed it. Now it's way past the time that we do something about it. And we need data for AI to work and to be representative. And it's one of the things that I mentioned in my brief opening speech, that it's a differentiator for diverse and enormous countries such as ours. And we should take, leverage of that, and perhaps subnational data, multi-stakeholder groups to look at, specific subsets is something that we can start discussing. More questions, more comments? Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so I really love the comment about the infrastructure and the compute and the role it plays that you both were mentioning. And actually, so one of the projects we have at the center is called Cyber Bricks. We map digital policies in the BRICS grouping, and something very interesting in studying like countries like China or India and how they shaped their digital transformation and the approach to AI is that for them, actually, regulation really comes after having invested really billions into compute. And even Russia, that we may criticize for a lot of issues, but they have, because of their allergy to US technology, let's say, they have been investing a lot in their own national infrastructure for different reasons. But it is very interesting to see how they are actually the very few countries in the world that they are AI sovereign. We have research published on this, on AI sovereignty last year, precisely on the fact that if you look at the entire stack of all the elements that compose your AI strategy, then compute is key, and virtually all the world depends on three US providers, AWS, Microsoft, and Google Cloud, that have 75% of the market. So basically even if you have, even if Brazil, and I'm very happy to see that there is a new industrial policy where also funding semiconductors and compute is going to go, which is fantastic. But the very frustrating part that even when you have this excellent idea to invest, it takes a lot of years to catch up. And even if you have policies that incentivize startups to do AI, all startups in Brazil depend basically on these three providers, maybe a couple of more. There are a couple of Chinese providers emerging, but the market is really concentrating into three, and not to mention the semiconductor market it's like funnels down into NVIDIA. So it's one basically top provider in the world. So I just wanted to ask if there is, I know that there is a new strategy that is going to be elaborated, so we will also try to participate and contribute to this. But so what is the thinking on the, let's say, the compute and chips layer in this moment?
Bem, esse é assunto brasileiro.
Todo sul global. Não, todo mundo está fora da China e dos Estados Unidos.
Estamos aqui no Brasil trabalhando na revisão da estratégia. Esse é um dos pontos principais que a gente tem trazido recebemos várias demandas de todos os sentidos, né, de empresas, de pesquisadores, dessa questão do investimento na infraestrutura. Isso esse tempo, ele realmente é uma coisa que a gente pensa muito, como que a gente sobrevive nesse tempo de investimento, que a IA não para, a tecnologia não para. Então, nós temos um tempo de investimento, então a sensação é que estaremos sempre correndo atrás de outros que já investiram antes, mas que a gente precisamos começar a investir. Esse é um tema que a gente está tratando no Brasil agora, já estamos na revisão, fazendo a revisão da nossa estratégia aqui, e já começamos, já tem um grupo trabalhando nisso, e voltando para o G20, é o tema que nessa questão das capacidades, é um tema que a gente quer, é o tema base da discussão que nós temos, né? Como que nós podemos, por isso que a questão da regulação não é o foco da nossa discussão, porque vários outros grupos já discutem isso, vários outros grupos já discutem essa questão da regulação, você tem G7, outros grupos discutindo. Então, essa é uma questão importante, mas a gente precisa conhecer as capacidades, e essa capacidade de computação, de investimento, a base que os países têm, é uma coisa importante, mas nós precisamos começar. E essa dificuldade de como que a gente vai dar um salto, né, nós estaremos sempre correndo atrás dessas três que realmente estão na frente, mas a gente tem essa preocupação e o investimento aqui no Brasil, voltando para o Brasil, para agora que foi retomado os fundos setoriais, que é a nossa fonte de investimento, é um grande fonte de preocupação de fazer esse investimento também em infraestrutura de IA.
Como uma associação que representa startups e desenvolvedores brasileiros, eu posso dizer que tem demanda. All right, we have one last question, right?
Thank you. It's more a comment than a question, so maybe Eliana doesn't need to react. I represent NPD. My name is Thiago, and just to give an idea, besides the agenda that we are following together with the Ministry of Science, Technology, and other ministries on the G20, we are also working together in the sense of developing regulatory experimentation initiatives. So NPD has started designing the AI sandbox for data protection. So we are looking at the intersection between AI and data protection. This is a project that we have been interacting also with the Ministry of Science Technology to see how this could become a framework that could be a model for other similar initiatives, not only in Brazil, but elsewhere. That's why we are doing it bilingual. And I think this also connects with tomorrow's event that we'll have, right, Lorraine? Because it will be an event that the Alisphere has organized to discuss full-fledged the idea of regulatory experimentation.
I'm glad you finished with that because it was going to be my invite for tomorrow's event. I understand we are way past our time. I really appreciate everyone who jumped in and our brilliant panelists. Thank you, everyone.
So hello, everyone. Welcome to the Digital Government panel. We are 20 minutes late and happy and maybe less late at the end. My name is Fabro, and digital government requires no introduction. We discussed this since the 90s. However, it requires priorities. What do you want to do first and what we want to do together? So to kick off the debate, I give the floor to Luana Roncarati, Deputy Secretary for Digital Government, Minister of Management and Innovation and Public Services of Brazil.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today to join this side event of G20. It's really a pleasure, and thank you, Fabio, for the introduction. And well, we're here today to discuss and to present a little bit our priority, the digital government, building a trustworthy and inclusive digital public infrastructure, which was the priority proposed by the Ministry of Management and Innovation in Public Services. And please, next slide. I will do my best to save some time so that we can go very quickly. Giving some background so that why we propose this priority. It was mentioned previously, but everybody knows that all the scenery, all the COVID pandemic, how it also brought many challenges, but some opportunities, so that numerous governments dedicated efforts to accelerate the provision of digital services, and not only governments, but also the private sector also was understood that they could go to digital so that they could provide services to their markets and to their consumers, and digital technologies, and also the building of DPIs, digital public infrastructure, emerged as a pivotal element to promote access to digital services on a societal scale. So checking and noting this scenario, we understood that it was very important that we brought this priority to the WG discussions. And also it is important to acknowledge the achievements that we had on past G20 presidencies, especially India, bringing this concept of DPI, which is very valuable, and we acknowledge the relevance of it. And from our national perspective, also bringing the view that we have here in Brazil, and that we are very committed to fostering, scaling, to improve DPIs in general. Please, next slide. And well, our main idea is to focus on two main components of DPIs. So the idea is to have digital identification as a main focus, one of the main focus that we have here. Regarding that, the lack of digital identification in general brings many barriers to people to accessing digital services, and it is very important that we have digital identification so that it can be the gateway to digital inclusion, and also promote an effective insertion in digital economy of citizens in general. Secondly, we propose interoperability and national data sharing, which is also an important component of DPI to be considered, because we realize, we understand that the improvement of digital services from the point of view of digital government is very essential, and it is possible to be done through interoperability and data sharing. And it also allows to foster more business friendly and more innovative scenario also from the private sector perspective. Next slide, please. And well, to illustrate some of our main DPIs, our main components, what we've been doing in Brazil. And in Brazil, we do have a digital identity, which is now used by 157 million users, and it allows access to more than 4,000 public services. And it also brings together the electronic signature, also a wallet in which people can see different attributes and different certificates that they can unite and use in the wallet. Also, we have the possibility of people to use the GovBR as a proof of life to social benefits and other public services that demand it, and also the access to different public services. Please, next slide. Additionally, it's important to say that we are also shifting our national identification system so that we are integrating the 27 subnational governments which issued the national identification, so that we will have a single model, and also connect both the physical document and also the digital identification that we already have, which is the GovBR account. Please, next slide. The second component, which is interoperability, we bring some figures there of what we've been doing. We have this program called Connector, which promotes and help the different organizations from public sector to develop to different APIs, so that we can connect different databases, so that the government agencies do not have to process different information and different documents that they already have. And also it is very useful for citizens, so that they do not have to repeat and to present different documents that government already have. They do not have to present certificates. They do not have to go physically to agencies, so that they have to present documentation that government already have. And we currently have 76 catalog APIs that are available to different agencies from government. We have almost 1,000 public services that integrated those APIs, and we have at least almost 800 million transactions that occurred during 2023. The transactions in between the public services and the different databases which were accessed by them. And also we estimate considerably and a considerably high amount of savings with this, both for private sector, the governmental sector, and also the citizens that interact and demand those services. We can calculate the savings based on the time that they save during these interactions. It is also important to say that the DPI concept emerged mainly during the last year, during the Indian presidency, but it is a new but also very known concept that governments and many countries already were investing and making efforts to develop them, and Brazil is one of them. We have the both components that we are investing in, both the identity and also the interoperability. But it is important to mention that we also have PIX, which is instant payment, which has transformed Brazilian economy. We also have Cade Único, it was mentioned earlier also, which is a very important database that is used as a tool for different public policies, social policies that use this data. And also it's important to mention, we also have CAR, which is the Rural Environmental Registry, which is also an important database for the rural properties that is also used for several operations in Brazil. Please, next slide. So advancing the presentation, some of the I don't have my time, but I will try to speed up a little bit. So we understand that addressing both digital ID and data sharing this international debate, it will help us to understand and to enlighten the potential for inclusiveness and leaving no one behind. The idea that we have digital inclusion as a main cross-cutting value that all the DWG will deal and treat during the discussions. Also to promote digital inclusion enables the only principle that we mentioned, talking about interoperability. It scales access to a wide range of public and private services, enhance the digital economy, generates new opportunities for economic growth, and also stimulates innovation and entrepreneurship. Next slide, please. And we have some questions that we defined so that we can promote the discussion. And they are: can we agree on a set of high-level principles on the governance of digital identity? Which are the relevant parameters that govern data access and data sharing across public institutions and with the private sector? How can digital public infrastructure foster a thriving business environment and stimulate societal meaningful engagement? Please, next slide. As a result of these discussions, we plan to finish with three main deliverables, which are going to be general principles on the governance of digital identity, compendium on data access and data sharing across public institutions and with the private sector for public interest, and an event, a virtual workshop on digital government and inclusion featuring panels on the topics of DPI, digital identity, and data sharing. For these discussions and for the deliverables, we have the OECD as knowledge partner, and we understand that this international debate will help us to have important debates, important insights, so that we can foster and improve our DPIs, our digital government, and also promote the debate between different countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll let, for time's saving, the speakers to introduce themselves, but I will quickly bring Carolina to the discussion. Carolina is someone I met last week. She's a woman, a mother of 3. She lives in a small city in São Paulo, 4,000 people, the richest state. And for many years, Carolina had no access to the internet. Accessing digital government for her was climbing 300 meters up and having internet once a day. Now with community networks, all the community have fully access and so on. What this means for digital governments, now Carolina has risks and opportunities. For once, she can have peaks all the time, she can have GovPR, she can have lots of access. But she also has more data that is being exchanged in other places which provide risks. Her daughters now have internet for education and communication, but they also have access to content that is not moderated and is a risk. So when you think about digital government, especially coming from the global majority, global south perspective, it's always about risks and opportunities, and never just one of them. It has to be both. We need to face the risks, otherwise we don't protect people, and we need to give access, so we need opportunities, otherwise we're just leaving people behind. 2023 and 30 million Brazilians have no access to the internet, so we have to do. With this introduction, I start with our first speaker, Sibeli Perillo from Amazon.
Next to you. Thank you, Fabio. To operate the miracle of concision, eu vou falar em português, porque acho que eu ganho um pouquinho mais de tempo. Sou Sibeli Perillo, estou aqui representando a ABS, a Associação Brasileira de Empresas de Software, que não representa somente empresas de software, já representa mais de 2.000 empresas de tecnologia. E eu colidero o grupo de trabalho de inteligência artificial, então me beneficiei bastante das discussões aqui Cadê a Eliana? Queria agradecê-la. Bom, mas pensando na Carolina e no pano de fundo que a Luana trouxe do excelente trabalho que a SGD vem fazendo e de como isso se comunica com o propósito da ABS, né? O propósito da ABS é de contribuir na construção de um Brasil mais digital e menos desigual. Eu acho que isso dialoga também com o exemplo que você trouxe, Fábio. Governo não é uma startup, né? Assim, a dificuldade, a velocidade de operar transformações é naturalmente diferente. Então, eu começo reconhecendo os grandes avanços que o governo brasileiro tem traçado nos últimos anos. Eu não sei se todos aqui na sala têm o conhecimento, mas em 2022 o Brasil alcançou o 2º lugar no índice do Banco Mundial de maturidade de governo digital. Então, isso é fruto de marcos regulatórios que foram publicados nos últimos 4, 5 anos. Esse ano a gente já teve pela SGD uma consulta pública para uma nova estratégia de governo digital. Então, acredito que esse é um caminho do qual o Brasil não sairá mais, né? O caminho da evolução e da melhoria continuada. No entanto, no ano passado, eu tive contato com outro indicador, um estudo do IDC, que entrevistou, acho que 100 e tantos gestores públicos de alto nível, nos 3 níveis da federação, e alguns dados eles fazem a gente refletir. Então, por exemplo, 70% dos entrevistados, esses tomadores de decisão, eles relatam que não se engajam em conversas regulares sobre transformação digital. Não existe um plano regular, uma diretriz. Isso principalmente se a gente fala no âmbito local, né? Da mesma forma, em relação às mudanças que já foram efetivadas, as mudanças elas foram, apesar dos excelentes números e resultados do GovBR, mas são mudanças muitas vezes ainda em camadas mais tradicionais de tecnologia, em processos com os resultados mais de desburocratização do que necessariamente de beneficiar uma Carolina da vida, né, na cidade. 70% desses atores públicos não têm planos de investimento, por exemplo, em inteligência artificial no setor público ou em cidades inteligentes. Não sei, cadê o colega das GovTechs. Então, isso me traz aqui, acho que algumas reflexões para como Carolina pode se beneficiar e todos nós nos beneficiarmos com menos filas nos hospitais, uma educação que se beneficie de inteligência artificial, mecanismos de governo digital, por exemplo, atrelados a combate ao desmatamento, a mitigação de desastres naturais, a respostas mais rápidas, e tudo isso é realidade, inclusive, por exemplo, pegando uma coisa aqui que eu mesmo mencionei, o CAR é uma DPI, é uma Digital Public Infrastructure, e a cooperação entre academia, por meio da UFMG, da Secretaria de Meio Ambiente do Pará e de uma empresa privada de computação em nuvem, por exemplo, promoveram um selo verde, que é um mecanismo de rastreabilidade e todos saem ganhando. Acho que é isso.
Thank you very much. We go now online to Asha Kapoor from the Aptiv Institute.
Hi,
Esta.
yeah. Hi. Thank you so much for having me here, and thank you for the excellent interventions before me. I guess, I am Asta Kapoor. I'm from India, and I know that the Indian presidency of G20 has been referred to quite extensively in the conversation on digital government. And, as we all know, what's happened is that we have an agreement on what is the definition of DPI, and everyone who was involved in those negotiations will remember that it was quite an exercise. But also what we have is a commitment from various parts of the world to also think about how we can build DPIs across the world. So we have initiatives such as 15.5, which I'm sure my panelists from DPGA will also talk about. But as we think about this, and this is some of the work that we did during India's presidency, is that we built a playbook for low and middle income countries as they start thinking about the DPI conversation. Because what we need to also do, because efficiencies and gains from DPI are very clear, and the complexity that Carolina's interventions about, how do we safeguard and prevent harm while also ensuring that value from digital government is distributed more equitably, access and efficiency of government services, as well as private innovation is made available. But also what we need to think about is this idea of small countries or middle-income countries and low-income countries will start to build DPI. How do they think about their own journeys? How do we think about the capacity of low and middle income countries to build DPI? Because I think that the role of G20 in this context is going to be very critical. We also need to think about where demand discovery for these countries is. So how do they link it to their own development goals? How do they link it to the capacities they have to govern? We've been discussing, and a lot of writing is also happening in the context of DPI as a service. So how do you put it in a box and you make it available so that you can share the benefits of these systems across the world, but also at the same time to think critically about where do these countries implemented. So we've started to, through the playbook, started to talk to a few countries, trying to discover demand, trying to see where the needs are, and how do we build that governance resilience? So institutionally, so within governments, through civil society organizations, and a scaffolding of governance, which includes regulation, which includes market innovation. And I saw this also in the presentation of the minister about how do we build that ecosystem, because a lot of the countries that are going to develop DPIs now will not have the innovations ecosystems of Brazil and India. So how do we foster some of that will be the next set of questions. So I think that through the presidencies of India, Brazil, and now, going forward to South Africa, there's a really critical moment to think about the demand for DPI, particularly in low and middle income countries, and see how we can draw from some of the experiences that, countries like India and Brazil have had. I'll pause there. Hopefully that was quite efficient.
Asta, thank you very much. Really efficient. We go next to Caroline Keane from the Institute of Development Studies online.
Thank you very much. And thank you for this opportunity to speak in this forum. I just want to also build up on Asta's presentation on the importance of looking at DPI when you're looking at low middle income countries. I've done a lot of work in South Africa, so engaged a lot with the government and civil society, and it's not a straightforward process. So when considering DPIs in low middle income countries, what needs to be considered is how we actually embed inclusive deliberation in the design and governance of technologies. And with this, we are trying to navigate what trust and risk really looks like for government as well as for citizens, because it's not only the citizens that are not trusting these new initiatives, but it's also certain government departments that are not willing to change their traditional ways of functioning. So there's a lot of mutual learning that needs to occur. We've seen in the IDEA studies on the digitalization of social protection and taxation, we're seeing the same issues that continue to emerge around a lack of trust and understanding the risk around the design and governance of DPIs. There is a benefit to having them, but then we need to also consider the privileges that certain countries have compared to other low middle income countries when implementing that. So there are three key things that I just want to highlight that need to be considered and studied further around representation. Who is represented when you are making decisions around the design and governance of technologies? Is it superficial representation, or is it representation by capable individuals, actors, citizens, civil society in the decisions? What tasks and artifacts are available that allow these different actors to engage effectively with each other when you're looking at interoperability decisions, as well as user experience design and user research? And then finally, what are those standards that exist among these actors that incentivize them to actually act on the implementation of DPIs that are fair and transparent to citizens? I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Caroline. We go now to Martin Hellen from the Bertelsmann Foundation, also online.
Hello, thank you, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you here today. I work for Bertelsmann Stiftung, one of the biggest private operating foundations in Europe. We are also one of the major voices for civil society inclusion in governmental decision-making here in Germany. And I want to spend my 2 minutes to make a case for interoperable digital public infrastructure as a basis for digital government also in the deliberations in the G20. As you know, digital public infrastructure refers to technology platforms and systems that are foundational for the functioning of digital society, as they provide essential services and capabilities in areas such as communication, finance, identity verification, social welfare, among others. And it is characterized by its public accessibility, aiming to support governance, enhance the delivery of public services, and promote digital inclusion. However, the goal is to ensure that digital technologies serve the public interest, facilitating access to information, resources, and services in an equitable and efficient manner. Interoperable DPI as a key foundation for digital government is sorely needed to address challenges such as climate change, wealth inequality, and democratic participation. But it cannot be thought of without thoughtful integration of the pivotal building blocks such as ID and AI, and especially trustworthy and reliable data and associated data governance mechanisms. Fascinating examples of digital government are seen in India and Brazil and other G20 countries, but I also want to make the case for adopting decentralized systems. Societies can enhance resilience, privacy, and inclusiveness, transitioning from not only government-dominated public infrastructure, but also to more community-engaged civic infrastructure. How digital capabilities are provided and governed matters. Proposing a model where power and agency can also be partly decentralized to citizens, fostering a more participatory and resilient civic ecosystem is key. We are building a new and interoperable system, such as in Germany and in Europe. For example, we are investigating interoperable mechanisms and independent institutes to enable secure age verification and ID systems. We are excited about sharing experiences in the context of the G20 and also learn more from India and Brazil and other G20 countries. A pivotal goal is to increase future democratic resilience that will benefit from the catalyst that is AI, but only if the following values are citizen-centric, inclusive, equitable, agile, distributed, persistent, modular, scalable, interoperable, measurable, and last but not least, investable. Because without the required funding for all of the above, it will remain a fantasy. Thank you so much for having me today and for this discussion.
Thank you very much, Martin. So now to close the panel, we go to Jameson Voisin from the DPGA, Digital Public Goods Alliance.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Datasphere Initiative for organizing this important event. And I thank all my fellow speakers and panelists for their insightful thoughts, and happy to share that I'm going to kick this off with a lot of shared values and what we've heard today. So I'm from the Digital Public Goods Alliance, which is a multi-stakeholder initiative that brings together private sector, governments, think tanks, civil society organizations to collectively advance digital public goods together. And when I'm talking about digital public goods, I'm talking about open innovation. I'm talking about open software, open data sets, open content, open AI systems, because we believe that these could be the fundamental tools that can really drive progress towards the implementation of digital public infrastructure. However, while we're very excited about open innovation within itself, we understand that there's a need for a modality and understanding of what that means and what digital public goods can do. So with that, we encourage the thought and the advancement of the digital public goods standard. And with that, it brings together a collective of understanding of what digital public goods, but also how should they be governed. I think a lot of the thoughts that we've heard already today around what are the modalities that we need to put in place to make sure that we're best advancing technology and taking it to our advantage. So with that, the digital public goods standards ensures that technologies do no harm or try their best to mitigate harm by design, that they're inclusive, that they're interoperable, that they're safe, and that they're secure. So we need to come together under a common understanding of not only what DPI is, what digital public infrastructure is, but what are digital public goods, the foundations, the components that make up digital public infrastructure itself. With that, we know that if we build technologies in accordance to the digital public goods standard, we're going to reap the benefits that we'd like to see from them. So when we're talking about trustworthy technologies, when we're talking about ensuring that the government services have the transparency that we know are going to drive adoption and use. We also know that they're going to be interoperable that way. So we need to start thinking about not only how do we advance government services, how do we advance digital public infrastructure, but how do we do it in a safe way, and how do we adapt the modalities that could do that, like the digital public goods standard. In addition to that, we think about what are the existing modalities that are bringing countries together to share best practices and to share their learnings and experiences with implementing digital public infrastructure. So as was previously mentioned by my colleague Apti, the 15.5 campaign is bringing together countries to share best practices and learning. And so far we have 11 countries participating, and we're working to having 50 countries participating in the next 5 years so that they're implementing digital public infrastructure in a safe, secure, and interoperable manner so that no country has to do it alone and that we can learn from one another. So I'll end my remarks with that, but thank you again for inviting us to participate.
Thank you very much, Jameson. So now we have 10 minutes for question and answers, and then we have lunch. So be brief, considering that we are late and lunch is coming. But please, who wants to open the floor?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to join Sibeli to congratulate the huge advancements that the SDG has made in the last years, since we can see by the statistics that both in terms of supply digital services, we have a huge increase in terms of number of services and facility, but also in demand side. Brazilians are using more and more the gov.br, which is a huge success. What I would like to comment is that I see very close connection with the two previous priority areas in terms of meaningful connectivity and AI. And when you said, Luana, about DPI, I think that DPI is as critical as having meaningful connectivity for citizens and for business and schools. So there is a very important connection, and measuring the level of meaningful connectiveness is really important. And in terms of AI, again, I think that Eliana is not here anymore, but she has mentioned that one, and I have been very much involved in this priority of AI with the Ministry of Science and Technology, when she said that there is an outcome of mapping how G20 countries are really adopting AI to deliver better and more efficient public services. So my question is how this priority is really discussing or integrating with the two previous priority, especially in terms of AI. Because AI, we all know that in some specific areas of the government, for instance, I would dare to say that in the G20 countries, when you look at the implication of AI in government, the judiciary branch is really very much engaged in AI applications, but the executive branch and even legislative branch are not that much developed. So I think that by mapping those priorities that Eliana has just shared with us and discussing with your outcomes, it's really very important. So those are my two reflections on how to link with the two priority areas.
Thank you very much. Very good. I'll get one or two questions more, and then there's one online, and then there's Viridiana here. Let's go online. Anit?
Yes, thank you. First of all, fantastic, wonderful discussions. One reflection and two reflections and one question. So my first one is that when we are discussing the DPI agenda here, I'm a little bit concerned that we are kind of confusing the digital governance agenda, which essentially is government moving towards a digital way of delivering services, and the public infrastructure part of that digital governance. And that the corollary to that is the digital public infrastructure is far more than digital governance in the sense that it allows the private sector or private entities, the ecosystem, the startups, to build on these rails. So essentially, there are three, which is digital identity, as Secretary Luana said, there are digital assets, and there are digital transactions. So once we have the government facilitating that, then we would expect the ecosystem to develop. Those are the two things that I think we are kind of conflating sometimes in the discussions. My question is that given that Brazil, India, and I would expect South Africa to take this agenda in the G20, what are those points where we can then move from a digital governance to a digital public infrastructure agenda? That's still not clear to me.
Thank you very much, Anit. So,
thank you. It's a quick question building on Veridiana Alimonte, my name, sorry. Building on the excellent interventions, especially Carolina and Martin, it's a question to Luana on how do you see your governments discussing this topic at the working group and the Brazilian government inside it, the role of civic participation and democratic participation and the means of doing that as part of this process of building a trustworthy and inclusive digital public infrastructure, considering that leaving no one behind also considers the representation on building these policies in addition to the data that is there and who can access the services, but also the conception of digital government also as a government that the fact that it comes or it goes to digitalization doesn't makes more difficult for the society to participate, but actually has meaningful ways for improving this participation.
Luan, do you want to address?
Well, thank you for the questions. Starting with the Alexandre, it's important to say it was a very good question because we presented separately the priorities, but they are very connected, and the decision of the priorities consider the idea of working with the central aspect of digital inclusion, which is very important to our country nowadays, and we understand it is important to bring this point to the debate, and it is essential to digital government to access public digital services, and also it's important for the the idea of bringing digital government to this discussion is also important to discuss meaningful connectivity, because if there is one use that it is meaningful is when someone needs some public service and they can demand and can iterate, as the case of Fabio mentioned of Carol, and to be able to access and to solve a problem and to solve some kind of need that a person has. So we understand it's very connected. And also with the artificial intelligence, there is one deliverable that you mentioned, that is the mapping of uses in the public sector. It is inside the priority of AI, but the idea is that we will discuss a lot. STD is the responsible to organize and to manage the CISP, which is the system of digital technology in the federal government. So the use of AI has been followed, and the idea is that we grow in capability so that we can deal with artificial intelligence in the public sector. We follow and we know, we are aware of many experiences, not only in the judiciary, but also at the executive level, but also we don't have that much maturity in the executive branch as the others, but the idea is that we deal with the opportunities and also operate to mitigate the risks that there are there for the public sector to use artificial intelligence as well. So the three priorities, and also the fourth one that we are going to talk about this afternoon, they are connected, and we understand it is also very well connected to the idea of digital inclusion. So thank you very much for the question that we had the opportunity to talk about it here, and we are very coordinated on the topic of the DWD inside the federal government. Considering the question of a need, it's a very good as well, and we reflected a lot on this subject, on how we would like to work and to build upon the last presidencies and to connect the topics. We understand that there are many different scenarios of deploying DPIs, and we agree that it is very important that we have a societal use, a societal scale to use DPIs. And we totally agree on that. But we understood also that the role of digital government is important in this discussion, because government has a role on the deployment or design, or even orchestrating the ecosystem or regulating the ecosystem so that we can deploy and implement DPI. So that's the main idea. We'll still have a lot to learn and to share experiences on this subject. And from the point of view of Brazil, we understood it would be interesting to connect the discussion, mainly because of the two components that we plan to address. The identity. In general, you have a role of government related to this identification, even though we have different scenarios in different countries, even regarding identification. But we understand it would be interesting to have the discussion with this topic of digital government, as well as interoperability, because our main idea is to understand how governments in general, especially at the G20, are sharing data, national sharing data, and nationally sharing data, and how they are doing this, the use of these data that are in under the control of the digital government, are shared and exchanged through different sectors. So that is the main idea, that we understood that we could discuss digital government with these two components specifically, but not necessarily returning to a debate on the conception of DPI or how the ecosystems in general can deploy or should employ, and how the government are presenting this in this debate. Our idea is to build upon, to complement the work that have been done, but specifically talking about identity and interoperability with this view on how digital government, what are the role of it, and how each of these topics can complement and add value to each other. And I'm sorry, there's a last question. Veridiana, about the role of civic participation and the means of doing that. We are very dedicated here in Brazil to work more to improve social participation, civic participation. As it was mentioned, also last year we conducted the process of building the national national strategy of digital government, so that we had many conferences, presential, online, and we had a public consultation as well. And the idea is to work and to improve, to open more spaces, because we understand it's very useful for us to improve the services, and also sometimes it even saves some efforts to listen before we deploy, we implement solutions. So the idea is that we have more spaces for that, and we are going to have we are going to publish the national strategy very soon, and we will have spaces of governance that allows civic participation. And we are also producing and formulating the federal strategy that is concerned specifically to federal government. And the idea is that we are going to have spaces for civic participation established, and it will be the new routine for the next years. I think that's it.
Thank you very much. So I close the panel and now go to Lorraine.
Well, thank you so much. I think we had a very productive morning. We discussed many topics, and I hope that you all enjoyed the different sessions as I did. Now we're going to break for lunch. There's a nice restaurant here in ENAP available, and I recommend staying here so we can connect and continue the conversations. For those following us online, we're gonna break now and we're gonna be back in about an hour and a half. The Zoom room is going to continue open, but I hope that you'll be able to join us again when we're back. Thank you so much, everyone. It's wonderful. Or to our moderator, Camila Leite, who's the coordinator for telecommunications and digital rights program at IDEC, who's the Brazilian Institute for Consumer. So Camila, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Lorraine. Also, thank you for the invitation. Last but not least, we have the fourth priority for the digital economy working group. In the G20, we have a panel on information integrity, and we have João Bruntin here, which is the Secretary for Digital Policy in Brazil, and we also have some commenters on online. Before making some comments, I will pass the floor directly to João. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you, Camila. Thank you, Lorraine, for the invitation. I'm not sure to speak in Portuguese or in English, so I think I'll get advantage of having the presentation in Portuguese and then speak in English. Let's try to experiment this weird format. But anyway, I think we can go directly to the presentation. I know I have only 10 minutes. So I will bring some issues about the definition of information integrity, why we brought that to the G20 based on the effects on disinformation and hate speech on issues that are quite important at G20, the information integrity agenda for G20, and some perspectives for this year looking beyond G20. And I think this can provide a good background for our discussion. Okay. We are taking the concept of information integrity based on the concept adopted by the UN on the policy brief number 8 from the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and that has actually been preceded by a publication publishing from UNDP and some other institutions that have also adopted this wording, like OECD. And yes, last year we had 30 countries led by Canada and the Netherlands proposing a declaration on information integrity. Basically, with this concept, we're recognizing the need for production, offer and availability of information that are accurate, consistent, and reliable. And I would say, and that's on my wording, that it gives concretude to the collective or social dimension of the right to freedom of expression and access to information, the Article 19 of the Covenant. And basically, I would say that the concept of information integrity represents, at this moment, an approach that is broad and comprehensive for the agenda of tackling disinformation and hate speech. Next, please. How to ensure, how to guarantee information integrity? We're talking about the need for a comprehensive approach, as I've said, based on the regulation of digital markets and services, on media literacy, on the strengthening of sustainability of journalism and all the content producers that have public interest involved. We're talking about stimulating and fostering pluralism and diversity in communication. And of course, bringing this concept to the table impose new definitions or definitions of new structures of governance in the public sector, new regulatory arrangements, and formulating and implementing public policy to support them. Next, please. This is the rationale that we presented to the G20 countries and that actually supported the decision that Brazil took on bringing this topic to the table. In our view, disinformation and hate speech creates political and economic instability. It leads to extremism and violence, and it affects social cohesion. It creates questioning to the legitimacy of electoral systems, what generates a trust crisis on public institutions, on the political system. It leads to denialism and related to climate change, actually decreasing the capacity of global response to this issue. It leads also to decrease in the coverage of vaccination in society. We see effects on public health, and that's a special concern of the Brazilian government. And it actually affects individual and collective human rights and reinforces discrimination. It affects also physical and mental health, especially on children and adolescents. And it affects, especially, we have to comprehend that issues of hate speech and disinformation affects especially women, LGBTQI plus population, Black population, and other vulnerable ethnic groups. Next, please. So how we brought that to the table at G20? We brought 4 issues. So what are the different strategies and approaches for governance available to tackle or to sort out the issue of information integrity online? The second one is what level of commitment digital platforms have to obey related to information integrity and to the promotion of information as a public good. What kind of technical expertise and analysis about disinformation and hate speech and about the business model of the digital platforms should be promoted as a way to provide inputs to multilateral discussions, and how the countries can lead with the strong challenge brought by the generative AI systems to information integrity online. So these are the questions that will lead the debate at the G20 countries and that we think should be taken as the reference for this debate. Next, please. The expected outputs, one report about the current stage of the debate on information integrity in multilateral organizations, regional blocs, and G20 members will be produced by UNESCO. A document about possible strategies to foster the integrity of information and trust in the digital environment, also promoted by UNESCO, and an event to debate integrity of information in the online environment on the 30th of April and May the 1st in São Paulo, just after NET Mundial, just before the World Press Freedom Day event UNESCO is holding in Santiago. Actually, NET Mundial will be 29th and 30th. Our first day of event is of some closed meetings. One of them, I would like to invite you to build together, which would be an event with the engagement groups of G20, and on May the 1st, the open event for that. Next, please. Some issues that will be debated, the protection of public institutions related to the political instability and online extremism, sustainability of public of content producers based on public interest, information integrity as a base to tackle climate change, global and regional initiatives to promote information integrity, and the promotion of fundamental rights and tackling hate speech online. So among the confirmed people that we will have Melissa Fleming from the UN, Taufik Jelassi from UNESCO, Maria Ressa, Elsa Pilichovsky from OECD, and Christophe Deloire from Reporters Without Borders. They will be in person in Brazil to this event. Next, please. And just to finish, I would like to reinforce part of the agenda that we see international and national for 2024. We'll have the G20 itself agenda, like meetings in April, June, and September, side event, and the presidential meeting in November. We'll have the negotiation of the Global Digital Compact and participation in some connected process like the Code of Conduct for Platforms and the AI high-level advisory group. And we have some partnerships that Brazil will hold stemming from the agenda that Mercosul approved in December 23, some bilateral with Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, the Partnership for Information and Democracy led by France, and the Declaration for Information Integrity proposed by Canada and Holland and the Netherlands. And finally, next please, we have some issues in Brazil, some legislative discussions about the fake news bill, the 2370, that's coded for Brazilians only, I'm afraid, sorry, but and the AI Act, implementation of some interministerial initiatives of tackling disinformation. We have an agenda that will have to foster research and development on information integrity. There will be some special event in the beginning of April with the Ministry of Science and Technology. We have the guides to children and adolescents, healthy use of screens, other popular initiatives of communication with other ministries, some partnership on media literacy with the Ministry of Education, an Olympics on information and media literacy, and implementation of the extension of the public service broadcasting in Brazil. Sorry for 1 minute taken from the panel, but I think that's the introduction I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, João. I was a nice moderator with you. No, just kidding. We have one last panelist, one last commenter. So we're fine with time. But it's interesting that the government, the Brazilian government, put this agenda, putting a concept that is positive, like information integrity in terms of information accuracy, consistency, reliability of information, in opposed to the definitions of being against disinformation, misinformation, and hate speech, which is an approach that is aligned with UNDP, with UN approach, and OECD in general. And the G20 puts as a goal transparent, responsible, and accountable policies for technology companies in terms of information integrity. But this definition is far from being consensual. Not only the definition, but how we put this in practice. So how we can make a balance between freedom of expression and intervention. How can we balance corporate power and economic and political power of platforms and the other goals that information integrity seeks to protect? So it's a challenge, and I think it was a bold move for the government to put this, but very important too. But to analyze all these ideas, we have some commenters online. We are going to start with Fernanda Martins, which is a director from Internet Lab. Thank you so much, Fernanda. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes since we have one less commenter. Fernanda, are you here? We might have lost you. So in benefit of time, we will start then with Anita Gurumurti, which is Executive Director for IT for Change in India. Thank you so much, Anita. You can start.
Am I audible?
Please, Anita.
Hello, am I audible? Thank you. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here and also to learn from colleagues in Brazil across different spaces and locations. Of course, much has been said about digital platforms already, and the fact that they wield enormous power to fundamentally restructure our information consumption, our information ecosystems. I think what is at stake in the age of Sora, OpenAI's text-to-video model, is much more than freedom of speech or information. With the algorithmic logic of the attention economy being deployed to remodel our socio-political institutions for disseminating propaganda, spreading disinformation, and monitoring citizens, what's really being hollowed out today is the precious resource of public imagination, civilization's last bastion of hope. As the loss of information integrity in data capitalism is rapidly upending our liberty to think, to speak, and act, this erosion reflects a big irony. It shows us that public trust is not a programmable plug-and-play functionality. It's a consequence of publicness, the fine spirit of pluralism in social institutions. 3 points are important to consider in addressing this crisis. First, the lack of a global consensus on clear definitions. Thank you so much for bringing that up in the opening presentation. Critical terms like disinformation, hate speech, all of these are recognized threats to information integrity. And yet these are applied by platforms through the values and sensibilities of the global north. This often results in many pieces of content harmful to marginalized groups in the global south, escaping the radar, and expressions of minority communities being subject to wrongful removal and downgrading. Therefore, there's an urgent need for a definition of these terms that can manage the sophistication to align the right to voice, the right to be heard, with discourses on content regulation and international human rights law. Conversely, and secondly, regulatory measures to safeguard information integrity must take into account contextual and intersectional manifestations, as has already been mentioned, of misinformation and hate, ensuring that corporations are held accountable and liable for the syntax of social power that they unleash through their content moderation and content curation tools. Third, the impact of digital platforms on users must be examined for the public value they generate, and we need new measurements and the capabilities that they create for users as civic actors in the everyday processes of democratic deliberation and dialogue. Public interest principles and values that have informed the regulation of legacy media should be extended to the regulation of platform algorithms as they identify and target what goes into the realm of user awareness as information, thus shaping civic attitudes and beliefs. Fourthly, and finally, given that the business model and the monopoly power of big tech platforms is behind the mindless algorithmic virality that is destroying the democratic fabric of societies, it's important to think of two things. One, ways to break the monopoly power of these platforms over public discourse, and two, alternative modes of organizing digital communication platforms. Many ways have been suggested. One is to explore the possibility of functionality, the functional separation of content hosting from content curation, and developing a marketplace of alternative recommender systems. It's also been proposed that governments could develop policies to encourage a diverse and plural ecology of digital media, interoperating over common protocols and independent client-side applications. In any case, meaningful alternatives can only emerge with political will and public investments for a thriving civic public. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Amazing. Thank you so much, Anita. It was great hearing from you. I'm trying to summarize this mentally. The influence of the lack of consensus on the definition, the lack of clear definition and lack of consensus in this discussion, the need to consider contextual manifestations, so also national and regional context, which is really important. We are talking about the G20, the biggest 20 economies in the world, but we have some specificities that we have to deal nationally too. We have to consider some public interest principles too, and also the plurality, which is central. In one proposal for this is the separation of content host and curation. Great hearing from you, your comments. So I will pass the floor now to Fernanda Martins. Fernanda, which is the director from Internet Lab here in Brazil. Thank you so much, Fernanda. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Camila. Can you listen to me well?
If you can speak a little louder, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, it's better?
Try again. Say a little more, please.
1 moment.
Now it's better. Yeah, okay.
Now it's better?
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, okay. So it is a pleasure to be here and comment João Brand's speech and talk after Anita is always a challenge because Anita has the ability to organize the discussion and bring us some important points that we need to consider. Sorry. I was thinking a little about the work that we are doing and the discussions that we are building in the last years and how it's important to have Brazil in the presidency of G20 and bring this top of disinformation integrity. As Anita said, and other Brasilia research brought us as Nina Santos, we have this problem related to how they can comprehend the concept of disinformation integrity. We know that when we talk about it in Brazil, we have different challenges in terms of who will define what is this integrity. And at the same time, when we talk about hate speech and when we talk about other effects of disinformation and misinformation in the digital ecosystem, we have large difficulties to elaborate together which means we can consider. But at the same time, we need to start at some point. And in this case, exactly, I think we are starting a good work in this case and bring this discussion to this to this space. So I think part of this challenge is considering the different contexts in different countries that belong to G20. So how we can consider the role of platforms and the role of governments, and at the same time, in this moment that the internet governance, digital governance is living a moment of crisis and a moment of different perspectives that need to be considered with the growing of the role of the states. And at the same time, we are watching the movement to reduce space to civil society organizations and research, how we can use space as G20 to pressure states, pressure that this discussion about information integrity, it's not only about public sphere or private sphere, but we need to bring together these other stakeholders. So how we can go ahead considering not only multiple countries and states, but also multiple stakeholders in terms of civil society organizations and the amplification of this discussion without considering regulation and other debates that we are running together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fernanda, for also highlighting the importance of considering the national context, but also to discuss in an international arena these matters that affect us all of the countries. And this is an important way to bring pressure to this important issue, but it is also important to gather different stakeholders to make this discussion. So not only governments, but also platforms, but also civil society to make the contributions to this matter. I will now pass the floor to Maria Paz Canales, which is Head of Legal Policy and Research in Global Partners Digital. Thank you so much, Maria Paz. You have the floor.
Thank you, Camila, and thank you for the invitation to be part of the conversation today. Particularly have this opportunity to see a little bit from the presentation of Joao, where is the thinking of the Brazilian government as a host country of the G20 when promoting this agenda, and react a little bit according to the experience that as Anita and Fernanda also have shared, we have been working with this topic in different forums and different multilateral conversations. So it's good to have this opportunity to converge, and I don't want to repeat too much the main point that had been raised by Anita and Fernanda, but I have a lot of agreement in many of them or all of them. In reality, one of my key points that I want to raise today in the conversation is aligned with what Anita was calling into attention in terms of the need of like rethinking about the business models that are behind the incentive. This had been something that personally have been really interested in preaching in some way as an angle for this discussion regarding information integrity or platform regulation, whatever format that the discussion about digital platform governance take. Because at the end, if not, we always have the risk of like focusing in the symptoms of the illness, but not in what is producing that we have to deal with the hate speech and with the disinformation that we are seeing that spread in this platform. So in that sense, I totally welcome and I support some of the proposals or the paths to explore that Anita was mentioning in terms of like looking into the disintegration of some of this market and ensuring in a more concrete way the different forms of interoperability as a way in which can be further explored to change the current incentives for many of these problems in the digital platform. But also I want to put in the center the discussion about what is the responsibility that digital platform companies hold in terms of the international standards and particularly the UNGP. And I think that there is much that can be done in terms of like them recognizing their responsibility and putting in the first place the fulfillment and the promotion and protection of human rights rather than enlarging profit. So I think that of course, like more technical measures that are devoted to look into a concrete technical solution for being able to change the business model. It's one way to go, but this needs to be complemented by the reinforcing of the human rights obligation for the companies in terms of like privileging the decision making in terms of the features of their platforms and the policies that they promote for protecting human rights and not only for increasing profit. That being said, I also I want to react to Joao's presentation in the sense of like commending this approach to information integrity of having like different point of entries or complementary fields of work. So he mentioned it in the presentation that this is not only about platform regulation or platform governance, but also about talking about digital or media literacy for the population at large, and talking about sustainability of media and the fostering of pluralism in digital media. I think that those are essential components, and even though if we can tackle much better than what we do now to the regulatory space, some of the incentives of the platform, that will not solve the problem if we don't work in these other pieces. So I think that this is also very welcome in terms of the approach that is being proposed for the discussion of the information integrity in G20. And finally, I think that I want to make a point also in terms of the for having the possibility of more meaningfully contribute to these different bucket of discussion inside the regulatory framework for ensuring information integrity. I also want to stress the need of like ensuring that this is a multi-stakeholder participatory discussion, but particularly ensuring, and something that is we are starting to see in many regulations regarding platform, that it's being developed in different places of the world. It's the access to information and data for continue doing research. So civil society, research institution, but also civil society, more advocacy-oriented organization have more opportunity to have evidence and collect evidence and to make a contribution based in that evidence in the policy sphere. So I think that this is also an element to have as at the center of the consideration and discussion of the information integrity path that the G20 will have, and looking forward for seeing what is captured also in the reports from UNESCO that were mentioned by Joao. I will leave it there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maria, for highlighting also the importance for us to put some light on the business model, on the responsibility, on the role of platforms in causing of all of these harms, and how can we change that, how we have to put human rights always in the center, and also some non-negotiables such as sustainability of the media and other principles such as access to information. And last but not least, we have one last commenter, Guilherme Canella. Are you online? Thank you so much. Guilherme Canella is Chief of Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists in UNESCO. Thank you so much, Guilherme. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening from Paris. Pleasure to be in this conversation with you. So since I only have 3 minutes and a lot has been already said, let me try to underline some complementary views of this discussion. First, I think the discussion about the definition of particular concepts and terms obviously is very important, but I would invite us to think a bit broader on the pieces of the puzzle of the ecosystem. Not necessarily we will agree in consensual definitions in particular terms, and maybe that's not even something we should look for if we agree on the parameters of the ecosystem. So if we look into the discussion of hate speech, for instance, there is not an internationally agreed definition of hate speech under international law. But we agreed in the Rabat Plan of Action on some key parameters to take decisions about content we might consider hatred that leads to concrete violence and so on and so forth. So I think the discussion here about information integrity that the Brazilian government is suggesting, the G20, as João has said, but also the UN process, the UNESCO guidance and so on, is a lot about trying to agree on key parameters that were mentioned by the other commentators and by João. For instance, a human rights-based approach, the multi-stakeholderism. They need to include definitely in a very clear way the voices of the Global South, the transparency of the companies, the human rights due diligence, and so on and so forth, or media and information literacy. So I would invite us to, while we are figuring out if we can agree in some definitions, which I anticipate it's difficult, and in the current geopolitical environment maybe is not super advisable, but we should definitely do an effort to agree on the key parameters of this discussion, of this piece of the puzzle. This is comment number one. Comment number two, I also think that it's very important to acknowledge that bringing this topic to environments like the G20 and others is a way to shed light and more accountability to this discussion. We need to understand more what are the positions of the different countries regarding this, including for the civil society and the other watchdogs, to put pressure on those countries and the other actors, the companies and so on and so forth, as was said before by Maria Paz and others, in terms of what are their real human rights and fundamental freedoms commitments regarding this agenda. So when the Brazilian government brings this to the G20, is a way for all of you, T20, C20, B20, etc., to also pay attention in this agenda and underline what would be the positions of the different players in this very complex game. And the final point also is about this, how the different players in this conversation, for instance, here, if I understand correctly, is in a T20 environment that is think tanks, research institutions, and so on. What is the contribution of those different players to this conversation that is basically related to raising and providing more evidence to this discussion, which unfortunately we are still missing. We still need more evidence base to produce better policies. I'm speaking on the area of the multilateral governance, but I'm sure João would agree with me that this is also needed for national governments to take better decisions in terms of producing national policies in alignment with these parameters that we have just discussed. So thank you for that, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Guilherme. Trying to summarize, you brought three main points. The first one to why we don't have a consensus, at least we have to figure out parameters so we can have a common conversation. The second point was the importance of the G20 to bring transparency and accountability to this discussion, also to civil society. And the third point, it was the importance of evidence-based based policies on multilateral governance, which also influence the national sphere. One quick comment of the Guilherme comment was the importance of transparency of this discussion, and it is really important to make this discussion in the G20, but as civil society, we also face some challenges on how we can access this information in the G20, since it's a multilateral and diplomatic space and not everything's public. But fortunately, we have some stakeholder groups that participate, such as the T20, C20, but we also hope the government to have real transparency on this discussion. And for this, I appreciate that SECON is organizing the event on May to bring this discussion to the public. But I won't be making myself comments. We have some comments online and maybe also in person. So while we don't have comments in person, I will pass the floor to Shan. Thank you, Shan. You have 2 minutes to make your comment.
Myself, is it?
Yes,
hi,
thank you so much.
it's nice to see some old friends there. I wasn't expecting to speak actually, but partly because Parminder Jeet Singh is not available, I felt I should step in and just say a few things. Parminder, who is an independent activist and a consultant in this area, along with myself on behalf of the Global Digital Justice Forum, and coordinated also with Article 19 in Brazil and internationally, have formed a working group on the area of information integrity. Now, why do we think it's so important to do this? It's an independent working group of civil society organizations that goes well beyond the usual suspects, if you like, to also include people like technical experts on business models and a whole range really involved in this issue. What's really happening, we believe, certainly with the information integrity issue, it's not about the narrow sense of accuracy of truth of information. What's happening is there's a kind of wholesale attack on the notion of truth itself. And this is what the digital era is bringing and the qualitative difference that is happening with the digital era. So what we need to do, as Guillermo actually said as well, is look at the entire ecosystem of the media. It's not simply about narrow regulation, although that's absolutely essential of the digital platform corporations. It's also about looking at very practical models and ways in which more voices can be brought into that ecosystem. So we're kind of grew up with, which was the concentration of ownership in media into a new kind of qualitative different approach that is needed in this. So what we are trying to do with this working group is to develop very, very practical interventions at all levels, which include the policy level, will include the regulatory level, but will also include looking at how models in which, for instance, community media, public service media, and a whole discussion. Now, this is entirely impromptu, as I know Parminder was far well prepared to talk about this. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Shan. Before passing to João again, do we have some comments here in the audience related to information integrity? After lunch is hard. Okay, I will pass the floor. Just 1 second.
Some practical questions about if you have, oh yes, I am Luciana Serva. I'm currently the president of IPEA, the Institute for Applied Economic Research, and part of the organizing committee of the G20 in Brazil. In terms of what we have some kind of experience in what have been said about separation between the information production and creation in any country or in any space that can be brought to the debate. And besides that, what kind of practical intervention that Sean has mentioned that he can put on the debate here for us to bring as recommendations and instrumentalization for the process?
We have one more comment in here.
Hello again. I'm Luca Belli from FGV, and so I like very much the initial presentation because it was connecting the dots with a lot of things that we have been discussing this morning, with the exception of one thing that we discussed this morning that was meaningful connectivity. And actually something that I wanted to bring to the discussion is also the fact that we were discussing this morning that most global South countries have the largest part of the population that is not meaningfully connected, but basically connected only through social media, which coincidentally are also the main vector of diffusion of disinformation. So on the one hand, we have widespread diffusion of disinformation, and on the other hand, widespread accumulation of personal data to further recommend disinformation. So I have seen in the presentation and what has been mentioned so far, the intention to connect, it's very positive, the various dots, including the business model. Sorry, when I was, the battery of the mic ended. Yes, so it was very good to see that it was connected to the business model, to AI, so all the recommendation system that use AI. But then there is this elephant in the room, which is the fact that in basically all countries, the largest portion of the population only accesses social media. So how are you thinking about being this also meaningful connectivity a priority of the government? Is there any plan also to connect this?
Thank you for all the comments. I think I would sign below 99% of them, and I just don't remember the 1% that I wouldn't, but to the sake of not signing everything, I would say, starting from the end, the four issues that we're discussing there are related, and I think one of the challenges is to show the relation, is to bring evidence that show this relationship, and part of that will be a text that will be on the declaration, but part will be on the products, on the outputs. So I think that I take that as a positive provocation, and I take the different comments that came from Anita, from Fernanda, from Maria Paz, from Sean, Guilherme, also as issues that we should be careful to talk on the issue of information integrity, taking all these issues into account. It's not easy because of course, when you start about a concept, bringing a concept like these to the table, there is the risk of being too broad or too narrow. And I think we have to spot on and to define how wide we want this topic to be. But for me, the strength is to bring the topic to the table. And for our I would say happiness, the G20 countries reacted quite well to the topic, to the presence of the topic. Of course, there are concerns, and there are maybe one or two exceptions, and these are not the ones that you were expecting, but I mean, that say, well, we don't see exactly the need for bringing this, but 18 or 19, because we're talking about 21 countries, very welcoming the topic. US, China, United Kingdom, India, different countries with different perspectives, and willing to discuss and to bring this topic to the table. Just one thing, we'll have, and I'll take the advantage of having Luciana here, but also we have a consortium of academic institutions and research institutions working together, IBICT, FINEP, CNPq, IPEA, CAPES, that are, and Renan, that is part of my team now, is sewing part of this consortium. And we see that as a very positive initiative that these institutions may have on bringing and shedding light on bringing evidence to the table, shedding light on research and the needs for solutions. As Luciana was saying, I will risk to I may be wrong, but I don't see any concrete examples on this separation of curation, etc. There is some theory and some debate on that, but not concrete examples as far as I'm concerned. Some Scandinavian countries are bringing the debate on the commons and the need for investing on a more, let's say, a perspective based on commons to platforms as well, and this can bring together these issues. And finally, I would leave the invitation to build together and really this event on the 30th of May, a closed event with engagement groups that will, all the countries of G20 will be there, will be invited, and we would have the opportunity of bringing the engagement groups to the table and to discuss exactly this topic on the 30th. So let's start this and define a good methodology for that. We are really open to build that together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, João. Just one correction, 30th of April, right? For 1st of May.
I don't know whose idea was to have an event that has 2 days, one each month.
It's harder. But thank you so much. And Luciana also mentioned that as Shan, and we don't have time for him to answer, but I can pass his contact to you, Shan. I didn't ask you that, but I can pass your contact to her, so you can get in touch. But thank you so much for this panel. Hope we can continue this conversation in these events and in other spaces. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for the brilliant moderation, Camila, and for Secretary João for being here, coming, and being open to having this conversation. We appreciate it so much. I think it was very productive and fruitful, and it's interesting because we get to the point in the event where we have ticked all the boxes of the priorities. So we did a journey throughout the 4 priorities in the digital track of G20. And now our question is, so what's beyond that? You know, what is between those boxes? And how do we bring the different stakeholder groups together? What are the topics that cut across them? And no one better than Guilherme Almeida to take us through those intersections. Guilherme, you have the floor.
Thank you, Lorraine. Can you hear me well? Okay. Well, as you just mentioned, Brazil had a fantastic and a great challenge in organizing the conversation around digital economy. It's so over-encompassing, and there are so many involved topics that maybe a way to prioritize things was to organize under government boxes, literally, because we have artificial intelligence in the context of science and technology, we have information integrity, we have digital government, we have a meaningful connectivity, but life is what happened in between boxes. And to some extent, there are so many cross-cutting issues that we sense that they need to come to the surface. So this part of the conversation, as Lorraine mentioned, is a moment in which we invite people to bring different lenses to the conversation. In most cases, we'll see, for instance, data or gender or youth, race, and these are topics which they are somehow connected and they somehow inform the discussions on all those 4 main axes. And we do expect that a meaningful conversation on those topics may help us to bring additional lights and additional visions and additional opinions to make that this G20 and T20 participation is really fruitful and leaves no one behind. So I understand that we have already a number of people enrolled, but I'll like to hear from the audience as well. But let's start with Mr. David Passarelli from the United Nations Center for Policy Research, focusing on data.
Thank you so much, Guilherme, for that introduction. Thank you, Datasphere, for the invitation. And thank you to all of you for the warm hospitality here in Brasilia. My first time, unfortunately, a very short stay. I have 5 minutes for this intervention. So like everyone else, I have a lot of information to get off. And I want to start, there is a PowerPoint that I hope will eventually come on screen. But I want to start by reflecting on what was already said today on an intersecting issue, and that is the issue of data. What were the comments made today? So many people commented on it. They have said that we don't have the public data. They have said that there's no funding for global statistics collection, no funding for the evidence base. Data justice was referenced at least 3 times in the conversation. Data only now is being collected on data connectivity. And finally, towards just before lunch, people commented that it's way past time that we tackle local data, subnational data, and local stakeholder groups. What is missing is trustworthy data and data governance mechanisms. So I'm going to talk about data in 4.5 minutes left to me, and I hope you understand why I'm talking about data. My next slide, please. My point of departure is the Summit of the Future. We've heard a lot about it. We know that there's a global digital compact that is being negotiated now. I think that makes this G20 a very interesting G20. You have a menu of options that are being put on the table, and you have a focused conversation at the international level on digital cooperation, but also on data issues. On Monday of this week, there was a consultation on on the Global Digital Compact. Nearly every regional group referenced data. Today, I saw comments on the second draft of the Pact for the Future, which is the outcome document, 25 individual textual insertions that reference data. It is a major topic of conversation. I think there's an opportunity here for Brazil to show some leadership at the G20. Our role and my role in this process, I was the head of secretariat for a high-level panel that the Secretary General convened called the High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism. Next slide, please. It was co-chaired by the former Prime Minister of Sweden, Stefan Löfven, and the former President of Liberia, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Next slide. In that report, it had 6 transformational shifts, and one of those shifts was on digital and data governance. And I want to talk about one of the recommendations that we made in that shift, which we think is concrete, we think it's achievable, and we think it will advance the data agenda. A reminder that this process, okay, we could stop here on the slides. A reminder that this process was really focused on identifying poorly governed areas and undergoverned areas. That was the Secretary General's intention with the Our Common Agenda process. And I think data qualifies as a poorly governed area and an undergoverned area. And so it played an outsized role in our discussions. And we were motivated first by the fact that the data landscape is fragmented. This makes life harder for business, it slows global development efforts, and it undermines user safety. But also, if we think about how we approach data, it's frequently reacting to new developments. The pandemic, we heard referenced this morning, large language models, AI, data is at the heart of all of these, but we are reacting and catching up with the data challenge every time there's a new shock, every time there's a new innovation. And I think we can adopt a different approach and be a little bit more proactive. We've talked about inclusive development. We had an intervention earlier this morning by Anit, who said that this could be a priority for Brazil. And it's important to remember here that on the SDG agenda, of the data that we have for the SDGs, only 45% of the data is there. Of data that is up to date in the last 5 years, we only have data for 5 SDGs. We don't even know how we are advancing and implementing this agenda. So if we do care about development, this data gap needs to be addressed. And in terms of growth, we know that by 2030, the digital economy will represent 30% of global GDP. And we know that investing in data is an important way for countries to participate in that digital economy. Every $1 of investment in data infrastructure generates $32 of returns for the country. So there is a way of securing greater participation in the global digital economy. So data is important, we know that. Data is fragmented, the data landscape is fragmented. There are competing initiatives in this space. What can we do about it? We wanted to propose a solution that addressed the elephant in the room, that many people disagree on how to approach data or want to approach data governance, cross-border data sharing in different ways. So what can we do about this? And we looked at what has already been tried, and we think, and next slide, we think that we can emulate ways that we've approached similar global challenges. And there's one mechanism, UN International Decades, that have been used to drive focus, resources, will, and incentives to tackle global challenges. Next slide. We think that we are calling for the Global Digital Compact to launch in 2025 a new international decade for data. We also think the G20 can play an instrumental role in shaping what happens during this international decade in terms of milestones, ministerial support, investment, and again, that very crucial political will. What will this international decade deliver and why is it beneficial? Next slide, please. I'm going to make 10 arguments. First, it gives us time to solve a global challenge. We, at the moment, are rushing to solve every new global challenge that we have. There is a 10-month process for a high-level advisory board on artificial intelligence that's trying to come up with governance solutions. That's not a lot of time. We need a longer runway to start a conversation, but drive a conversation on data governance. And I think a decade gives us time, it gives us milestones that we can work towards. It offers a mission and vision to focus international efforts, that multi-stakeholder efforts to drive this agenda, this data agenda. It's an instrument that is familiar to governments. We're not proposing a new instrument that is unfamiliar to governments. And as the point was made earlier, we're looking for ideas that will potentially lead to consensus across very different groups in the G20. And this is an initiative that has been used previously by these governments. We think it's one that will be palatable to them. We think that an international decade for data will raise awareness, it will keep the focus on those left behind, and will help us address those critical global challenges. It's an initiative that does not duplicate existing initiatives. We're looking at an initiative that is a wrapper for other initiatives. It concentrates efforts. It's about effectiveness and efficiency in the data conversation, not a duplication. We think it can catalyze international action, both within the UN, but also member states, and again, in civil society. You just referenced a very interesting research consortium here in Brazil that was looking to, I think you said, thread the conversation on disinformation and information integrity. We think this can do the same, bring the research community together around the data agenda. We think it encourages investment. Many past international decades have been backed by financial investments. There have been funds that have been placed at the disposition of those working on the international decade. We believe it can, of course, build capacity and empower individuals in this space. It can also help us react to new data challenges as they emerge. If the large language model and ChatGPT had emerged during an international decade for data, we would have had a forum in which we could have had a much faster response and conversation to that new innovation. And finally, I think an international decade for data could culminate after a period of years in new, interesting, stronger policies and regulations. There are many that are talking about an international compact or an international treaty on data. I don't think we can achieve that very quickly, but I do think an international decade provides us with the scaffolding that we need to have the conversation to work towards those kind of ambitious goals. I think I'll stop there. I don't know if I'm over my 5 minutes, but thank you very much, Guillaume.
Oh, I thank you as well. I do understand that data is crucial. In all of the main topics we have seen today, data is crucial. Data is an asset for digital government policies. Data is a regulatory question tackling information integrity. Data is an input, necessary input for artificial intelligence, and dealing with data with time and intelligently is necessary. And I really enjoy the vision of understanding that doing things, taking the necessary time to make these things happen is a serious and consistent approach, which I think it's what we need for such a cross-cutting issue. To give way to the conversation on intersectional issues, we have also scheduled here Camila Gomidi. Not sure if she's
I'm right
present.
here.
Oh,
Yes.
here we are. Thank you. On gender and digital intersections, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much. You have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you so much for the opportunity of being here today. And David, I absolutely 100% agree with everything that you just said. And one thing that we like to say at Red Dot Foundation, which is the organization I'm representing, is that data makes the problem impossible to ignore. And when we're talking about gender, and especially in my case, talking about gender-based violence, we're talking about an issue that we like to call a global pandemic. We have been seeing gender-based violence everywhere. And the huge issue about data on gender violence and gender inequality is that most cases are not even reported. So we have a statistic by UN Women that says that 1 in 3 women will face abuse at least once in their lifetimes. However, 80% of the cases are not even reported. So maybe we're talking about every woman will suffer something at least once in their lifetime. And we noticed that, okay, so how do we deal with that? How do we deal with that data gap that you were just mentioning? And how can we move forward with public policies, government policies, increasing public safety, private safety, if we don't know the issue? And I love that that space of civil society organization, because what we did was crowd mapping. So we gave women everywhere a voice anonymously. Currently, we have 50,000 stories in our apps called Safe City. And we collect, analyze, and map geographically violence against women and girls, and all genders, but mostly cases of violence against women and girls. And what we notice is that importance of data and bringing that agenda forward. And I think when we talk about the G20 agenda, I think everything that we talked this morning is very related to gender. We cannot ignore the gender portion of it, right? And especially when talking about advancing SDGs. So what we did was we asked people anonymously to share their stories, talk to us about what happened to them. And what we see today is that in terms of public policy, we have a bunch of things on domestic violence, on rape, on most serious instances, but we don't have anything on commenting, on taking photos without your consent, with touching and groping in public transportation. And 95% of the cases of the stories that we hear through Safe City are these types of violence. And how can we improve policy making? How can we know what we can't see, right? How can we do something about it? So we've been working with governments all over the world, especially with the government of the Philippines, the government of India. We've been working with the US and in some small mayor's offices here in Brazil to improve that safety. One case, and I want to bring here to Brazil, is one of our chapters. They're based in the countryside of Minas Gerais, and they were mapping violence, trying to gather that data. And there was a space that was just considered really dangerous. We mapped that area and found a human trafficking ring. So that data that was not there, that information that was not there, then was brought to light. And then now police can take action. We can bring more lighting. We can bring more safety for all of those women and girls. So when we're talking about data and bringing that other perspective, and this morning we talked a lot about how do we make all of our processes, tech processes, more inclusive. We have to talk about the voices that are not being heard. We have to remember that data represents people with real issues. They're not just numbers. So with that, based on that, we're able to really understand where we're coming from, where people are coming from, and create policies, create change that is systemic. It's not just covering a pothole, but actually fixing the issue. So with that, I think I have 30 seconds left. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. We really appreciate that. And I really think that you made a fantastic point in identifying that data not only makes the problems impossible to ignore, and they not only serve as the baseline, but they help us to transform data into information and into action to tackle such relevant problems such as gender inequality, gender violence, and so on. Thank you for that. I really think that this is an input which governments should follow and which totally makes it's relevant in our context here. Next, we have José Renato from LATAM, Climate Justice and Digital.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Can you all hear me well? Okay, great.
Yes.
Well, first of all, I would really like to thank DataSphere for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here. And I am representing LAPIM, which is the organization that I co-founded a couple of years ago, the Laboratory of Public Policy and Internet. And I think that my presentation has to some degree some relationship with what has been told about data, because in the end, part of the solution is to have an access to information that we don't have. When we talk about the relationship between climate justice and digitalization of our societies. And well, this relationship, it actually between digital and the climate, I mean, it is multifaceted to a large degree, and I think that this is reflected in how these topics are touched upon by the Digital Economy Working Group of the G20, as expressed by the Brazilian government. The first form in which I see it touching upon this relationship is the agenda, how the agenda addresses it, is when we discuss information integrity and climate change, more specifically on climate disinformation. This topic relates a lot to how platform governance functions in the sense that how algorithms that personalize content, curate content in the social media environments recommend disinformation related to climate change, and also to how, for instance, generative AI systems are being part of this problem by helping actors create such problematic content. And of course, it also links to the issue to how meaningful connectivity is being discussed by within the G20 this year, as we need stronger capabilities for navigating the information ecosystem, and meaningful connectivity is part of this aspect of force. But I'm going to focus mostly in the rest of my presentation on another issue that is brought by the Digital Economy Working Group's agenda, which is the use of artificial intelligence for promoting sustainable development. Well, when we put AI and sustainability together, of course, we're talking about two buzzwords that have been a lot discussed in the last couple of years. And AI solutions that try to tackle climate change have been driving government investment in many areas. And to some degree, AI has indeed allows mostly for two big opportunities in this sphere. On the one hand, it can help improve and expand current understanding of climate change. And on the other, it can be a part of a package of responses that might prove essential to combat the climate crisis, such as, for instance, through in measures that help build more efficiency in the expenditure of energy in different industries, or let's say the use of pesticides in agriculture. However, I feel like we cannot talk about any initiative that addresses AI, that relates to AI for sustainability, if we're not talking about sustainability of the digital industry per se. And what I'm talking about when I bring this topic is not only the energy consumption that we have, which is massive when we are training or maintaining, let's say, creating inferences in AI systems. For instance, just to train the GPT-3, we had at least, there are estimates that consider that at least 200,000 kilograms of CO2 were emitted in the atmosphere just for training this system. But we are also talking about how data centers, for instance, use water, a huge amount of water, especially in the global south, to cool their facilities. For instance, in Chile, there was a data center that was to be built by Google, which would consume around 14 million liters of water per day. But also we're talking about, on the one hand, about e-waste, which the global south is the region which is mostly affected by it, especially through the sending of electronic waste from countries in the global north, especially from European countries and the US, but also with mining. We have seen how the extraction of lithium by for the digital industry has been affecting a lot the labor market, and also has been intensifying the precariousness of the situation of workers in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Bolivia. And on the end, we could also see, for instance, how the extraction of gold and cassiterite from the indigenous territories of the Yanomamis in Brazil has been affecting these populations with inhibiting their access to water and to food, and also like creating conflict in the region for the extraction of gold and cassiterite that would in the end go to big tech companies. In this sense, and I think that I have already passed a little bit of my time, but just to finalize, there are two main responses that we could have. The first relates to regulation for increasing transparency on the environmental costs of these systems and the implementation of standardization bodies within the government to enforce best practices. And on the other hand, intensifying an agenda for sustainable digital transformation that encompasses all of the development of digital technologies in a way that assesses what is the kind of desirable digital transformation that we have, who should we include, especially for instance, indigenous peoples, quilombolas in the case of Brazil, who are in the forefront of this struggle. And finally, ensure that these solutions are not just sustainable, but also sovereign, in the sense that we create our own solutions adapted to our own realities. And well, I think that Brazil is in a crucial position to push this forward because of the richness of its environment, but also because we have in the next year COP30 that is taking place in our country. And well, I wish I could talk about many more things, but I already thank you very much. And I'm looking forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose Renato, and great point on making it really clear that climate is pervasive. It relates to all of the four main topics and into additional topics as well, such as dealing with the extraction of natural resources, either they are renewable or not. And also thank you for the suggestions and for the insights on potential responses, such as regulation and fostering green digital transformation. Moving on to Emanuela Halfeld on youth from Alana Foundation, please.
Hello, everyone. I thank you very much for the invitation. It's really nice to be here. I'm Emanuela. And if I am here today, it's because I had the opportunity to be a youth fellow from different programs like the CGI program and also Internet Society. And this made me realize that I could have the space to raise my voice. So my question here is, how do we expand this kind of programs? How do we give more people the chance to participate? And today I also work in Alana's Institute, and we defend the child's best interest with a specific perspective of Global South children. How can we raise their voices so they can also be here in these participation spaces, and then we can have adolescents talking to us about their experience. So I'm here today to defend an intergenerational rights perspective. What is this? They are the rights of each generation to receive these planets in no worse condition than the previous generation. Youth is facing very specific problems in digital platforms today. We are 95% of the population between 9 to 17. We are on the internet, but are we being listened? And what do we have to say? So we had like this very, very important opportunity alongside the Secretariat of Digital Policies and the Alana Institute to actually listen to youth in a national conference here in Brazil. And I'm going to bring some of the perspectives and some of the main issues that they told us that they were facing. I think this is very important because every time we are talking about regulating platforms, we are talking about generating data and a risk-based approach. But like you said so well, data is actually talking about human beings. So how can we make this risk-based approach more humane? How can we actually listen to people, and how can we raise these voices in a manner that includes all and no one is left behind? So one of the main things that appear in this consultation was the issue of mental health. Youth is facing the issue of mental health. People here have said about the use of social media and how this impacts us. So a lot of the main themes that came was the addictive design, how we are spending more and more time alone, and how this data economy that leans on advertising actually makes us to be there consuming entertainment and consuming even things that are not very good for our well-being and development. But this is how the cycle works, and it's very difficult when you are in there to actually break from this cycle. You have the pressure. We had a lot of people saying how they have difficulty to sleep and overload of information, because of course we have like information about things that are happening all over the world. This can be inspiring. This can help us actually realize what the change we want to make. But this can also be very confusing because how can we change a world that is so big? What is our actual power to do this? So how can we balance this? But this is not only a bad thing, actually. A lot of youth activists that were participating in the conference told us how important it is that now they can raise their voices about their territories and raise these issues that no one was really caring about before, because it was so difficult to get in the traditional media with issues from the territory. So we have this kind of difficult balance that we have to make. How can we balance this information overload with a mental health approach, and with an approach that we are protecting our activists, that we are protecting our political voice, and we are protecting our advocacy for human rights? There was also an issue that the tools to actually enhance our experience online, they are very limited and most people don't know them. So we have a few tools. They are sometimes very difficult to use and you don't know how to actually set things up. A lot of people ask, well, what should I say to my little brother? Like, what can I do to actually help his experience? I have no idea about this, but also we don't have enough tools to do this, to control our experience online, to be more aware of this. So how can we think about this multiple side approach? One is about education of the tools existing, but the other one is to create new tools that consider the issue of this digital platform usage as a mental health issue, as a health issue, and as tools that should be used for our best development as well. And one of the things that I think was really, really important that they said a lot and that we talked about a lot is that we can fix the digital world without an approach that reflects our rights to nature, to the city, and to meaningful equality. Inequality is a big issue. And if you do not have the right to the city, if you do not have the right to the nature, if the city is not a safe place, you will go to the computer as a sort of refuge to a place that you can be inside your home, because the home becomes safer than outside. So if we really want to solve the problems with technology, it's important to have a more holistic approach. We have to look at what are our cities giving us. And so one thing that they said a lot that they want is like the culture of the city has to be a very lively environment. We have to have sports. We have to have this kind of approach so that the internet is not the only place for entertainment, so that the internet is not the only place that we feel safe, because it is also not a safe space for a lot of people. Okay, my time is almost up, but I hope I can make some final comments to wrap this up. Thank you a lot, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the concept of intergenerational rights, really strong and important. And thank you also for making it clear that it's important that we raise voices instead of erasing voices. I think it's quite important that we can make people to be heard. I think now I have 1 minute video because we passed to interventions. So can we have the...
At the Datasphere Initiative, we have been talking with young people in all corners of the world about their vision for a more equitable data future. Enabled by the Omidyar Network, the Youth for a Data Future project is harnessing the power of youth voices to help shape the governance of data and data-driven technologies. This is what they're saying.
Providing education and a sense of community belonging will help prevent cyberbullying.
Right now, there's honestly no way to avoid digital media in our schools, at work, and I feel like a lot of people go into their works where they might need a digital background or may lose opportunities for not having a digital background. So I think the world itself needs to go through like a thorough training.
It affects you in the way that you think also about yourself a lot. And I think on one hand, it can help you to really self-improve, but I think on the other hand, it can also really make you lose touch with reality and your sense of self. And I think the audience is getting younger and younger. And I think the younger you are, the more perceptible you are to these things. More awareness around mental health in general And then, of course, I think also for parents, teachers to be more educated on mental health.
And this begins from education, right? People need to be educated on what their data or the data they are generating could be used for and how it can be used to support them or harm them. I think that's the foundation of creating a fairer data future for all.
Engage in different events that held by organizations to connect the youth and the policymakers, as well as to use the power of technology, use the power of internet to share my voices and to let them be heard.
We are thinking big and want to connect youth from all regions in the world. Visit our website to find out how you can make a difference today and join us as partners in this journey. Let's build a more equitable data future together.
Well, I think it totally connects with Manuel's position on making voices of the youth be heard. So moving on, we have now Ariane Susui on indigenous populations' rights and connections with the digital aspects. Ariane, can you hear us? Você está escutando a gente, Ariane? Então, contigo.
Boa tarde a todos. Eu sou a Ariane e trago aqui essa mensagem muito importante. Sou jornalista com pesquisa em comunicação indígena, né? Sou do território indígena Tuaru e sou do povo Wapitiana. E tanto essa comunicação a gente vai fazer em relação à conectividade, em relação à transformação digital que nós tanto ouvimos, em relação também à inteligência artificial, mas nós lembramos bem o que é a comunicação hoje para nós como ferramenta de transformação, mas uma ferramenta que hoje nós usamos como nosso arco e flecha do século XXI, de fazer a defesa dos nossos direitos através da comunicação. Mas, no entanto, nós temos ainda a falar sobre esse momento tão importante que traz esse debate dentro desse espaço, que é entender que nós, enquanto o mundo está falando sobre essa nova era, essa transformação digital, nós, enquanto especificamente na Amazônia, ainda estamos lutando para que a comunicação ela seja democratizada nos territórios mais longínquos, nós estamos ainda lutando por educação, nós estamos ainda lutando por territórios protegidos, estamos ainda lutando por demarcação de terras indígenas, estamos ainda lutando pela nossa vida. Então, nós estamos falando de uma comunicação atrelada a direitos indígenas e é importante a gente trazer que enquanto o mundo está discutindo todas essa transformação no contexto digital, nós estamos ainda lutando por uma questão de território. É uma luta que hoje nós trazemos para o território digitais também, né? É uma luta dentro dos territórios digitais quando a gente coloca o nosso rosto, as nossas vozes. E isso... A internet chega nas comunidades indígenas recentemente, é um movimento recente, junto com a pandemia. Muitas comunidades indígenas têm acesso à internet, mas, porém, junto com a internet, nós não tivemos a educação digital, nós não tivemos uma educação para receber. A internet chegou assim como as outras chegaram nos territórios indígenas, assim como a educação, assim como foi imposta, chegou de uma forma sem uma prévia, sem uma educação, e isso muitas das vezes tem acarretado em vários outros problemas, principalmente nos jovens. Mas também, em outra parte, é fundamental para que as lideranças indígenas comecem a denunciar crimes ambientais através das plataformas digitais. Enquanto a inteligência artificial, ultimamente eu tenho participado de vários debates em relação a isso, mas o que a gente tem a colocar que a inteligência artificial, ela precisa ser descolonizada. Quando a gente ouve os nossos traços, quando a gente fala dos povos indígenas, é uma inteligência que não é a partir das nossas realidades. Ela precisa se descolonizar. A inteligência artificial, ela precisa romper esse traço que é ainda do colonial, ainda é nos representar de uma forma errônea, né? Então, a inteligência artificial, ela precisa ser debatida no meio dos nossos povos ainda, para que ela realmente mude essa característica colonizadora. Enfim, e a gente vem cobrar dos governantes. Eu estive recente na transição do governo Lula em comunicação, e que a gente cobra desses orçamentos, né, de uma agenda que coloque os comunicadores, que coloque os jornalistas indígenas nesse debate, para que a gente consiga ampliar essas vozes, porque a gente não precisa que nos dê voz, a gente precisa que a gente esteja nesses espaços para a gente fazer esse debate conjunto. Nós temos as nossas próprias vozes, nós temos os nossos próprios meios de comunicação, que é altamente ligado com o território, que é altamente ligado com todas as outras nossas lutas. E, por fim, concluindo a minha fala, a Amazônia, né, nós, povos da Amazônia, nós, jornalistas que estamos inseridos nesses debates, ela precisa ir além, nós precisamos além das antenas das Starlinks, além das antenas da internet, nós precisamos de saúde, nós precisamos de educação, nós precisamos que todo esse debate esteja incluído também essas nossas lutas. Nós precisamos de território seguro antes das antenas de Starlinks, antes das antenas da internet. Nós precisamos que o mundo olhe para a Amazônia, claro, com uma comunicação que parte do nosso olhar, da democratização da comunicação a partir dos nossos olhares que estamos aqui inseridos. Claro que precisamos de internet com segurança, nós precisamos também, mas antes disso, nós também precisamos de territórios seguros. E concluindo as nossas falas, nós só conseguimos alcançar essa transformação e chegar nesse patamar que todos nós estamos discutindo, da inteligência artificial, dos dados, de tudo isso, quando nós também, povos e territórios ribeirinhos, amazônicos, conseguimos chegar nesses debates aqui, para que a gente construa uma agenda pluriética, diversa, e que consiga também ter as nossas vozes inseridas, e a nossa agenda também seja construída para que os nossos governantes nos ouçam e traga aqui as nossas vozes. Obrigada.
A gente agradece, Ariane, obrigado por trazer tua voz, tua cultura, tua força, tuas ideias para esse debate. Concordo plenamente com você que, junto com o direito à internet, a conectividade, a gente também precisa do direito, como disse a Manuela, a cidade, a selva, a natureza e tantos outros direitos aí, incluindo a educação e a preparação para o próprio uso da internet. Isso é essencial e está registrado aqui nas nossas notas. Obrigado de novo. Now, moving on, we have our last participant from the initial roster, Mr. Bertrand Lachapelle, on innovation and institutional frameworks and tools. Please, Bertrand, have the floor.
Hello. Hello to all. I'm Bertrand Lachapelle. I'm the co-founder and the chief vision officer of the DataSphere Initiative. And regarding the different institutional frameworks, I think the starting point is that we have digital issues, and there are problems we have in common. And by in common, I mean that solving digital issues, digital policy issues, require new cooperation approaches among different actors, the governments, businesses, civil society, and international organizations. Because actually, no category of these actors can solve the issues of the digital era alone. Neither private self-regulation, no national regulations, or even purely intergovernmental discussions. These problems are transnational. They're not just international. They are transnational, and the multi-stakeholder engagement is necessary not only to define the solutions, but also to implement them. In many cases, the digital challenges involve reconciling competing positive objectives, what I like to call Goldilocks problems. You know, the story of the little girl with the 3 soup bowls that are too hot, too cold, or just right. Policy making is often about finding this just right zone in dynamic tensions between very legitimate interests. And data governance that David Passarelli was mentioning extensively earlier underpins a lot of other issues, particularly in this age of AI and in connection with the SDGs. And data governance is such a Goldilocks problem because it is a binary tension between restrictions to data access for legitimate reasons, security, privacy, or business reasons, and on the other hand, the desire for openness, for equality, transparency, and value creation. And we need frameworks, institutional frameworks, to open the Goldilocks zone between the risk of having too many restrictions on data access, which create missed opportunities and the lack of public benefit results. And on the other hand, not enough protections, because that invites abuses. In other words, we have a common interest in responsibly unlocking the value of data for all, sort of data to value objective. But these frameworks, they need to be innovative. They need to be agile because of the transnational nature that I was mentioning before, and the need to engage a diversity of stakeholders. And in that regard, I would like to share two important and useful approaches that we try to promote at the DataSphere Initiative and to enable. The first one is the practice of what is called sandboxes. These are safe spaces for public authorities at different levels. It can be from states to municipalities to test new technologies and their interface with regulatory regimes, but also to experiment innovative uses and means of governing data. Interestingly enough, this is already used in more than 70 countries per research that we've done. It was mostly used for fintech initially, and it is developing as a multi-purpose tool now for many other issues. And we believe it will be a very important tool for the rapidly evolving technological landscape that we're in. In that regard, we produced last year for the UK government a report on sandboxes for data. And we organized also several workshops and dialogues to raise awareness about this new approach, which actually remains not as familiar as it should be and sometimes intimidating. We also initiated a 2-year project around the Sandboxes for Data Forum in Africa with the support of the Hewlett Foundation. And this year, we will launch a global forum on sandboxes to bring the different actors together, to build capacity, and to foster experience sharing and catalyze cooperations between people. On the side of another innovative approach is more bottom-up and about self-organization to empower multi-stakeholder communities to organize responsible access to data via dedicated arrangements. And this can be facilitated through what we call templates for charters that organize the mutual commitments among actors and the governance of those corporations. We've already undertaken something around environmental issues in that regard, about CO2 emissions in supply chains. And we plan to develop a similar effort in the health sector around medical diagnostic tools that are powered by AI. Sandboxes and self-organizing charters for data communities are two sides, I would say, of the innovative path forward that we need to follow to ensure a digital society that benefits both people and the planet. And I take the opportunity, of course, to invite you to join these efforts. In closing, I think the bottom line is that the 21st century is already and will increasingly be the data century. How we govern data will shape the society we live in. This is why we do support strongly the idea of a decade for data within the context of the UN, as David suggested. The technological solution and the technological revolution accelerates, and our institutional frameworks are stuck in time. We need to talk more about how we address digital issues, not only the solutions, because we need new tools, new institutional tools to build the positive digital society we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bertrand. I totally agree that we need to talk more about how we address digital solutions. We need to talk about data. We need to talk about inclusion. We need to talk about sandboxes, and we'll have a conference on that tomorrow here in Brazil. We also need to talk about new and more flexible governance structures. I totally agree. And I think it strongly resonates with David's take that we need to take time to make things work, and we need to make meaningful conversations and connections to make things happen. And I think this is a great segue for our next step, which is conversations over coffee. Is that it? Okay, so have a 20 minutes break, and then we'll be back quite soon. Thank you again for all the participants for their meaningful contributions.
Hello, hello. I know the food was good, and so is the conversation, but we're running late. I would love to invite you to take your seats, please. Hello, Virgilio. Thank you for the patience. I don't know. I have no idea where in the world you are. I hope it's not that late.
No, in Belo
What?
Horizonte. No, I'm
Okay.
in Belo Horizonte, so it's fine.
Okay, so you're close. It's thankfully I think our Indian friends have already spoken, so it's not that late for them. Camila, thank you so much. We're gonna be starting in a matter of seconds.
Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome, Alana.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Alana.
Hi, Virgilia. Hi, Camila.
It's always
Camila.
hard being the
Alana.
panel just after the coffee break and just before the closing as well. So thank you everyone who's kept with us the whole day. We have less people online now, but we had, I think, a peak of 100 and something in the morning. So that was pretty good. All right. So do I have everyone here? I believe I do. So I would like to invite you now to join me in this panel before the last one, which invites us to think about digital across stakeholder groups. And this is a natural continuation from the previous panel, which was around the intersections of digital with other topics. We talked about digital and data is this common thread between the different agendas. We talked about digital, data, and gender. We talked about youth. We talked also about data and climate. And we also talked about indigenous representation and rights in this space, and also on the role of innovative institutional frameworks to catalyze action. And now I invite you to think about how we are placed in this space of parallel to the G20 with the different stakeholder groups. We usually do not move our bodies in the world already allocating what are our priorities or our concerns within either specifically AI or specifically digital government or specifically connectivity or specifically information integrity. We are more whole than that in terms of the services that we offer or the objectives that we're seeking in the world, or the value that we're seeking to create from the technologies that we use. And so I think organizing this conversation within specific stakeholder groups as well that are representing a diverse set of interests and also on perspectives, I think it's really crucial. And digital really cuts across all of them. So I first would like to invite for the panel, I think, is Pedro online? Pedro Broca from Bong. I don't. I don't think so, but I'll wait for a signal in case he appears.
No,
But in this case, I would like to invite Marina Meira from Consumer International to speak on behalf of consumers and their perspective around digital. Thank you. Have a mic.
Hi. Okay. So thank you, Lorraine, and hi, everyone. Thanks for welcoming us in this space. So I'm Marina Meira. I'm speaking on behalf of Consumers International, and we are an organization a global organization that gathers more than 200 members from more than 100 countries from all continents, and all consumers groups representing consumers' interests through, of course, different priorities and different realities since they're located all over the world. And some of our members work with research, some do groundwork advocacy, some work alongside business to change discriminatory practices, some do strategic litigation, and some, of course, focus on specific vulnerable groups as well. So as women, of course. So CI's purpose is to gather these groups and represent them in spheres such as the G20. We know that many consumer groups or groups in general, especially for underprivileged countries, they don't have the strength to have their voices represented in these spaces, well, especially organizations from the Global South. So that's also the idea of having one organization that is able to, well, gather these voices and represent these voices. So CI is used to working across stakeholder groups, right? Representing diverse interests through diverse spheres. And that is also because the consumers issue is a cross-cutting issue. So we're all consumers, right? All of us. And we usually think of consumers as people who are consuming products, but we're also consumers when we are accessing services, whether they're private or public. So if we think of meaningful connectivity, for example, which was one of the main topics we discussed today in order to access a lot of private or public services or to have access to products as well, we need connectivity, right? Connectivity is an enabler of consumer rights. And we don't just need connectivity, we need digital literacy. Otherwise, we as consumers are very easy targets of scams, for example, or frauds. So if we think of meaningful connectivity, that's an enabler today to consumer rights, which are also fundamental rights. And when I say that consumers' issues are transversal, I'll example that with DPI. So, and here considering DPI, not just the digitization of public services, but also the idea of the infrastructure that the state builds for private services to use on transactions, right? So thinking of, for example, the Brazilian PIX case. So DPI is a consumer issue in several topics, and is a consumer DPI as a consumer issue has to be considered throughout all these stakeholder groups and thinking of the engagement groups, for example. So the S20, when you think, right, the scientific community, of course, it's an example, but the S20 can provide evidence-based data, right? So does the PIX work? What's working, what is not? Brazil can be used as a case study. It's been a leading country in many senses. The W20 also understanding whether access to financial services, financial DPI, for example, if it's gender equal, and well, we know it's not, but providing leads on that and how to well to overcome that. The B20 also understanding how companies should behave to promote economic advance while also supporting consumers and fundamental rights. The G20, understanding how access to justice come into the picture as well, if we think of repetitive consumers' demands that can derive from unsafe, unprotective DPI. And of course, the C20, which can understand how to articulate CSOs that will voice underrepresented minorities, such as consumers. I could do the same with AI, with information integrity, to highlight that the consumers' issues are inherent to all of them. And added to this fact that the consumers' issues are cross-cutting, there's the fact that consumers are inherently vulnerable. So the relationship between consumers and providers of services or products, it will never be horizontal, right? So the power is unequal, the economic power, the amount of technical information available, and plus the fact that the consumers usually depend on consuming that service, on consuming that product, much more than the person offering the product does. So what is the point of saying all of this? And I'll leave everyone to one thought-provoking potential, which I think that is also being voiced by other consumers groups such as EDEC, who's here and who's a member of Consumers International. Perhaps we should think also of having a consumers 20 engagement group. I think there is potential there. The consumers issue is cross-cutting, as is the digital issue, and consumers are vulnerable, and we are all consumers. So perhaps there's potential for that. That's something we can discuss. Brazil has a tradition of also having organizations, public bodies dedicated to consumer protection, such as the PROCONs. So perhaps we can learn from that and get some thoughts going on. So thank you for now.
Thank you so much, Marina, and thank you for the provocation in inviting us to think what are the different engagement groups that could be created to engage within the G20. And a nice segue to this is I would like to invite José Scandiucci, who's the Chief Advisor of International Affairs Office in the Supreme Federal Court, and maybe he can share a bit of the pioneering effort of that Brazil is doing with organizing the G20. Yeah. You have the floor, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting us for this conference. I think it's a very good opportunity to share some views on some issues that are of common interest. And so I come from the Supreme Court of Brazil, and the topic of the use of technology in the judicial branch, I think it's one of the two most relevant topics that are being discussed in the legal world nowadays. The other one being the sustainable development and how people are going to court to question the environmental and climate change agreements, but this is another topic. And that's why this topic of the use of technology and AI in the judiciary is one of the themes that are going to be discussed in the G20. So we decided to organize a JJ for Justice 20 meeting in May in Rio de Janeiro. So we invited all the constitutional courts of the G20 countries to come and discuss some issues, one of them being this one we are discussing here today. So I don't have much time to explore this topic, but I would say that there are two different perspectives in which the judiciary is thinking and debating the use of AI and technology in the legal proceedings. First, from within the judicial branch. So, I mean, how these new technology and these tools can help and support judges and the judicial branch to make things faster, more agile, maybe with less bias than human beings. So the Supreme Court, for instance, already has 3 tools that try, for instance, to summarize legal proceedings. Sometimes there are proceedings, you know, with 15 volumes, and in a matter of seconds, the tool can have a summary of 5 to 7 pages with all the most important topics of the proceedings, the arguments. And so the idea is to use these kind of mechanisms to enhance the speed with in which the judge and the judicial system can proceed with these cases. Of course, there are some risks involved on these, discrimination sometimes, but we tend to develop the tools in a manner that can overcome most of these challenges. There are other ways in which the judiciary is using technology, for instance, to identify the voices of anonymous witnesses, to translate documents in foreign language in a much faster way, and to make research, right? I mean, sometimes you need to know other cases similar to those one. You need to know the theoretical background of some decision. So these tools, they can make in a matter of seconds what people sometimes take weeks. And to be honest, lawyers are very much concerned about the use of technology in the legal world. Apparently, it's going to be one of the most affected jobs in the near future, because what lawyers do today is, well, besides making the strategy, the initial strategy, this is going to of course, remain, but then they're going to make research of cases and the academic studies that can support this kind of view. But this take, weeks. And now maybe you can make it in a matter of minutes. So apparently, if you are studying law nowadays, you should be concerned about your future and your job. And so this is how the judiciary is facing and using technology from within the system. But there is also the question of the regulation of international artificial intelligence, right? So of course, the judiciary is not a regulator, but people are beginning, and I think this is going to increase. People are beginning to go to court, questioning some of the tools, sometimes from the discriminatory bias, sometimes for question of copyrights, intellectual property, sometimes privacy issues, sometimes disinformation, misinformation. So the idea is for the judiciary to help some countries, governments, and international institutions to find some common and general principles that can build a more fair and let's say just artificial intelligence tools. I know that UNESCO, OECD, these are some institutions that we are partnering to foster some guidelines for facing these challenges. So the idea is for the system to become more friendly to people in terms of, as I said, privacy, disinformation, copyrights, and so on. So this is, to sum up some of the ideas that we are going to discuss in May in Rio de Janeiro, and we are more than happy to have further conversations with some of you. If you can contact me, people here have my contact. So I would be more than happy to share some of these views. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would have many questions and follow up in terms of how we can connect that with the different topics that we are discussing here, and also make sure that the different processes in the other stakeholder groups can inform also the processes that you are preparing yourself within the G20. I'll leave it for the discussion moment. With that, I would like to invite Professor Virgilio Almeida, who's a professor at the Federal University of Minas Gerais, and he's also representative of the S20, that's the group of scientists 20. Professor Virgilio, if you can introduce yourself and the work of S20.
Well, First, let me say hello to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And I have prepared a few slides and I sent to Natalia or a name, but I think that if you can put the slides there, but if it's not possible, I will follow with the ideas that I have in mind. The first thing is that I represent the S20. The S20 stands for Science 20. And this engagement group is led by the Brazilian Academy of Science. And the global theme of the Brazilian Academy of Science for S20, of course, the Brazilian Academy of Science will interact with science academies of the G20 countries. But from our viewpoint, the main theme is science for a global transformation. Okay? So that, oh yeah, so now the slides are there. Thank you. So, as I said, I represent the S20, which is led by the Brazilian Academy of Science. One thing is that we have organized the work of the Brazilian Academy of Science regarding the G20 in 5 tracks. The first one is artificial intelligence, ethics, social impact, and regulation. The second one is bioeconomy. The third one is energy transition process. The fourth one is health challenges. And the last one is social justice. So we concentrate the digital aspects of the S20 on this first group on AI. And after a sequence of meetings and discussions, we have listed 6 main goals for our position in the S20 discussion. So they are artificial intelligence, research and development, human and social-centered AI, and governance and public policy are the main aspects of this topic. Artificial intelligence in science in order to accelerate scientific advancements of in developing countries. Artificial intelligence in agriculture and food production, they are key areas for Brazil and for the world. Disinformation in health and science. And one important topic is the preservation of digital culture. Most of the things today run on the digital space. And if we look 20, 30 years ahead, we need to preserve the history in order people can understand what happened in the past. So next one, please. What is the potential impact of the digital agenda? The first one is that we hope that this digital agenda can offer better conditions for society of the different countries that make up the G20. However, we want to underscore that one possible consequence is the increase in social inequalities by favoring certain groups or countries, leading to an equal appropriation of resources and privileges. Another important aspect that we want to bring to this discussion is new strategies and mechanisms are necessary to ensure that the digital technology reach society in a more equal, fast, and effective manner. And just concluding this slide here, it's important to say that if we address these issues, we can propose comprehensive strategies for digital progress, especially for developing nations. Next, please. So what roles can the S20 and G20 play in advancing the digital agenda? The first one is establishing a G20 investment initiative in science and technology for AI. Another one is to facilitate international collaboration in scientific research centered on AI goals. Building a global infrastructure to support AI research and development in developing nations in the global south. Initiating a capacity building program within the G20 to develop a proficient workforce capable of comprehending, advancing, and applying AI technology. And finally, we think that governance, AI governance framework, public policy for national governance, and principles and institutions for global governance are key for the developing of the digital agenda. Next, and I think that, yeah. So one of the messages, governance is key in this implementation of a digital agenda. And I think that basically, if you can go 2 more slides, so I will keep my talk in 5 minutes. Next, please. So I think that to conclude, I think that multi-stakeholder models that include the different groups of interest are key for the governance of the digital agenda. And it's also a space for collaboration among the different stakeholders that are working on this future for the G20. So I will stop here in order to keep my 5 minutes. So thank you for this time.
So much, Professor Virgilio Almeida. That was a very insightful presentation and useful to know the different tracks and priorities of the S20. With that, I would like to give the floor to Camila Schuchis. She's the CEO of Master Tech and representative of W20. That's the group of women 20. Camila, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Let me try to do an awesome work as Professor Virgilio. So thanks for the invitation to represent W20. We are an official engagement group focusing on amplifying gender equity and women's economic empowerment. We exist since the inception of Australia G20 presidency in 2014. So we are pretty young among the engagement groups. And in our opinion, our dialogue today needs to focus on 5 areas, all of them essential for fostering the inclusive digital future. So we are discussing, and we have pretty well organized working groups for care economy. We prioritize this sector due to the significant impact on women's economic participation. We all know the care economy's undervaluation not only reflects gender disparities, but also make it difficult, the economic growth. And doesn't matter if it's digital or not, but we are discussing a lot how the digital agenda is also connected with care economy. We have the most connected ones, the Women's Entrepreneur Group. We are discussing access to financing, capital, and markets. And we have Women in STEM, which I'm the chair of the group, and I will talk a little bit more in a minute because this is our main connection with the digital agenda. And we have a group working on tackling violence against women and a climate justice working group, because we recognize that climate change disproportionately affects women, particularly those from marginalized communities. And this is one of our main contributions, in our opinion, for G20 as a role, but as engagement group for women. We are discussing all these topics with intersections. So we concern about race and ethnicity when we are talking about gender issues. So all these working groups are producing are collecting specific data for race and ethnicity. And just to explore a little bit and keep my time, we see possible synergies with the digital agenda in all working groups, but focusing on women in STEM. One of our main recommendation address the urgent need to confront gender disparity in this sector, because we are building the digital world, and we are underrepresented. So global data, for example, from the Global Gender Gap Report from World Economic Forum, reveals that women constitute only 30% of the STEM workforce. And we look for more specific data. We have even worse numbers when we are talking about Black women and when we talk about indigenous women. So in our perspective, this underrepresentation is not merely a social justice issue, but also it's critical for driving innovation and economic growth and the digital agenda in a fair way, you know. So that's why this is one of our main topics. And as all the groups and all the discussion that came previously, we also delve a lot in artificial intelligence. Our focus must also extend to ensuring gender equity within this rapidly evolving field. We know that AI can redefine the landscape of employment, education, and society, and we need to fight for equitable participation of women in the development and in decision making about the process of AI, so we can avoid existing biases and inequalities. And just to finish, other important topics that we will discuss under W20, it's an intersectional approach for digital education and skills. So we are talking a lot about how we can promote lifelong learning and career transitions for women, because it's totally different when we have care economy and we have less access to education. So this is a huge area that we are discussing on women in STEM, mainly working group. We are also discussing about accessible and inclusive digital infrastructure. This is totally related with the digital agenda, how we can prioritize the expansion of digital access to underserved communities, particularly focusing on areas with huge women of color population. So we want to develop and enforce actually regulations that prevent racial and gender discrimination in digital services. And we are also discussing about like safety and well-being in digital and social media spaces. We want to collaborate with social media companies, digital platforms, and online communities to enhance reporting mechanisms. We want to develop strategies to address online harassment, cyberbullying, and violence against women, mainly through comprehensive frameworks, so we are able to have real results. And we are discussing as well data inclusivity and international policy making. We want to encourage all the stakeholders to collect, analyze, and use intersectional data to capture the experience of women across various aspects of our digital life, including access, employment, and health, for example. And I think this is the main points of that connects W20 and the digital agenda. And for us, leveraging the strengths of each stakeholder group is the only way to make significant strides towards a future that champions inclusivity in every intersection. I think this is the main message for the digital agenda, how we can explore these intersections. So thank you so much. And I think we can address long-standing disparities and build a more inclusive and sustainable future with us all together.
Thank you so much, Camila, for the message. And there's so many common points with what was discussed throughout the day. So I will come back to this in final remarks. I want to give the floor to Alana Rizzo, who's the head of government relations for YouTube and representing here business. So if you can talk to us a little bit more about business's perspective on that and the B20 process as well, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Great to be here. Great to be in a panel with people that I admire so much. I'm shifting to Portuguese because my understanding is that we have interpretation and translation. If not, please let me know. And then we shift to English, back to English. Ok, thank you. Primeiro, então, gostaria de saudar meus colegas aqui de mesa, pedir desculpa de não estar presencialmente aí com vocês. Uma honra estar nessa mesa com tanta gente, né, cujas contribuições enriquecem muito o nosso debate. Queria agradecer também aos organizadores pelo convite, pela brilhante curadoria desse debate ao longo do dia. Eu vou começar minha fala a partir de uma reflexão do presidente de Global Affairs do Google, Kent Walker, em que ele disse que precisamos falar não apenas sobre o que podemos fazer, mas o que devemos fazer. Ele faz esse convite a partir dos recentes debates sobre os desafios e as oportunidades da inteligência artificial generativa. E ele nos provoca a olhar para o futuro que estamos construindo e que queremos construir. O que devemos fazer para chegar a ele? Para construirmos a agenda do futuro, que é o que a gente está fazendo aqui agora, pensando, precisamos nos colocar como agentes dessa transformação. O G20 é uma oportunidade para construirmos juntos. Governos, líderes globais, líderes locais, lideranças da sociedade civil, do setor privado, discutindo os grandes temas que tocam a nossa sociedade e que impactam o nosso dia a dia, o nosso futuro. A Alphabet tem um histórico de trabalhar conjuntamente as presidências do G20. Fizemos isso na Itália, na Indonésia, na Índia, e também temos um engajamento histórico no B20. O Google também foi um dos principais parceiros que estimularam a criação e a estruturação do Engagement Group de Startups, o Startup 20, criado na Índia. Esse ano teremos a VP de Políticas Públicas do YouTube atuando no International Advocacy Caucus do B20, o Fábio Coelho, presidente do Google no Brasil, como co-chair da Força Tarefa de Transformação Digital, e vamos contribuir com a agenda dos outros Engagement Groups. Assinamos há 2 semanas um protocolo de intenções com a cidade do Rio de Janeiro para fortalecer a implementação de programas e projetos alinhados com a agenda do G20 na cidade. Como knowledge partners dos working groups de governo, como apoiadores e participantes formais dos grupos de engajamento, ou como parceiros institucionais para entregas que possam deixar legados na nossa sociedade. Nossa estratégia para apoiar a presidência do Brasil passa por mapear e contribuir para que a agenda digital possa avançar de forma construtiva, responsável, e que realce o papel catalisador de transformações que a tecnologia, em especial a inteligência artificial, possam ter. No caso da inteligência artificial, por exemplo, estamos comprometidos em trabalhar em parceria para acertar. Como falamos nos últimos tempos, a IA é demasiado importante para não ser regulamentada e demasiado importante para não ser bem regulamentada. O desafio é fazê-lo de uma forma que mitigue riscos e promova aplicações confiáveis que cumpram a promessa dos benefícios sociais. Essa semana assinamos diversas plataformas o Tech Accord para as eleições de 2024. Também participamos ativamente das discussões no TSE para as resoluções das eleições no Brasil. Estamos otimistas com a capacidade do Brasil de liderar essas discussões e a agenda digital. O Brasil foi pioneiro na construção de um modelo regulatório, o Marco Civil da Internet, que contou com ampla participação da sociedade civil. E acreditamos que esse modelo colaborativo, de escuta ativa dos diferentes stakeholders é que resulta em políticas públicas mais sólidas e mais eficientes. Ao longo dos anos, estamos aprendendo com a experiência da internet, com todos os seus benefícios e desafios, e tentando incorporar freios e contrapesos em nossos produtos, projetando, desde o começo, o benefício social. No caso do YouTube, a plataforma revolucionou a forma de contar histórias. De repente, todo mundo tem uma história para contar e pode encontrar o seu público, democratizando o acesso à informação e o acesso à economia criativa. Desde então, continuamos evoluindo com responsabilidade e transparência. Para contribuir ainda mais com o debate público, passamos também a oferecer nossas contribuições para a regulação a partir de princípios. O debate que a SECOM, o secretário João Brandt esteve aqui hoje, né, traz para o Digital Economy Working Group sobre integridade da informação é importante. E fomos uma das primeiras empresas a publicar os princípios de AI. No ano passado, publicamos nossos princípios para a juventude como forma de colaborar com a discussão regulatória sobre segurança infantil. Nenhuma empresa pode progredir sozinha. A responsabilidade na agenda digital é um compromisso coletivo, um exercício colaborativo que exige trazer múltiplas perspectivas para a mesa, que ajuda a chegar no equilíbrio certo. O desenvolvimento de políticas públicas saudáveis exige debates profundos entre governos, setor privado, meio acadêmico e a sociedade civil, como que estamos vendo aqui hoje. Então, agradeço a oportunidade e estamos à disposição para seguir o diálogo na construção de uma presidência do G20 de sucesso para o Brasil em 2024. Obrigada.
Obrigada, Lana. Thank you so much for your contribution. We are running slightly late, and before I open the floor for more comments, I also wanted to bring to your attention the work that is doing the C20, the Group of Civil Society 20, that's led by Abong. They're supposed to be here. They had a problem. They couldn't join us, but they asked us to share their website because they have a deadline until the 20th of February, where you can register in their different working groups. They have several, and it's if you put c20brasil.org, you find it easily. And they have several on fair and inclusive and anti-racist economies, on food systems, hunger and poverty, on environment, climate justice, and just energy transition, with sustainable and resilient communities and disaster risk reduction, on integrated health for all, on education and culture, and perhaps relevant here for this group, Working Group 7 on digitalization and technology. They also have one on women's rights and gender equality, and on philanthropy and sustainable development, democratic governance, civic space, and anti-corruption corruption and access to justice, and cross-cutting themes that they recognize as being gender equality, anti-racism, LGBTQIA+ and plus rights, and disabilities and human rights. So registrations are open to join the different working groups or civil society until the 25th, and they invite everyone to join them. I couldn't help but think that this conversation across stakeholder groups cannot possibly end here. This cannot be the only place that we're having those conversations, because the topic not only of digital and AI and gender and how it connects with sustainability and racism and thinking about the future of the economy, it's all connected together. And there's so many different efforts that are contributing to this process. So say what you must about the G20 process, and I know a lot of people are skeptical that it can produce anything substantive, because it is convening that depends so much on states and states' willingness in a moment where we have two wars in the world. So how do you think about the context of building those coalitions and consensus in such important topics? But there's so much effort being done. There's so many brains thinking together about how to think about these agendas going forward. And particularly in this specific topic on digital, we've seen, and I think this is just the tip of the iceberg of the amount of work ahead of us, but also the amount of effort that has already been put on people coming from different backgrounds, from different countries, with different perspectives, engaged in their own engagement groups. And I keep thinking that we need those spaces to talk among each other as well, not only within our groups, but across them. We need also maybe tools. Maybe we need to think about a digital public infrastructure for the G20 in itself, a platform or an observatory where we can actually connect the dots of those different conversations regarding what are what are the contributions and the legacy that we're building those different engagements upon? What have been the different contributions from different presidencies? Where's the catalog of different declarations that I know it exists, at least in the level of G20, but I don't think it exists in the level of different engagement groups. And how many solutions and ideas we're somehow duplicating, or just not being efficient in the use of our resources. And there's so much to be learned in terms of what other groups are doing as well, and so much exchange that needs to happen. And we couldn't possibly exhaust this conversation in a 1 hour session today. But I think this needs to be the start of something. I don't know what it is, but certainly I think, I mean, within the global South and in Brazil, we do tend to be pioneers and being creative on creating those spaces. And I think there's something that we can contribute in a meta level as well, in terms of how to connect those dots of the different engagement groups and how to actually make sure that the messages that we're discussing here about AI, about digital public infrastructure, about connectivity, around digital government, around data governance, around agile ways to think about institutional solutions, how they can also inform the different tracks, be them economic, be them about access to justice, be them about climate, be them about health, and fight to hunger, for hunger. So it's I just think that this is a big reflection coming out of a whole day of conversations where we see topics coming on and again, and concerns being shared. And so much, I mean, so many experts, all of you are sharing their time and sharing their often voluntary, will to be here and contribute to a process. And so I just think that we need to leverage and channel that somehow. So that's a bit of my reflection coming out of all this full day of conversations. And I wanted to open the floor before we go for the next session that is wrapping up, for also for you to share some of your views and reactions, perhaps on the session, on the stakeholder groups, but also on how you saw those common threads throughout the day. I also open the floor for any remote participants that would like to speak.
Hi, Camila Leite from EDAC. I just want to congratulate the organization of this specific panel to make these different stakeholders group connect, because as you mentioned, we don't have a platform to connect all of them. And as we have seen, we have lots of issues that might relate, and we don't have a space for that. So maybe this is an open call for organizing a new event or a new platform. I don't know who could do that. We have some members of the foreign ministry in here, which has organized the G20, but it might be something that Brazil could leave the legacy. And I would like to make a +1 on what Marina mentioned too, that we have lots of stakeholder and engagement groups, but we still lack some of them. And one of them, as a consumer organization too, I feel that we lack a consumer, like a G20, a consumer stakeholder group, because consumers are not only civil society. Consumers are also organized in authorities, and the G20 started as a financial discussion, and we have like business 20. So we have that the companies organizing all together, and we don't have the other side of that, like the people who are affected by these measures to get together and also to contribute to this discussion. So maybe this is one legacy that Brazil could leave the seed for the future G20s too. Thank you.
On thanking DataSphere for organizing this, it was really interesting to see how the different priority areas touch in certain points and are interrelated. But what I wanted to say is that really, I think that Brazil is in a position to really leave a good legacy for the Digital Economy Working Group. I myself, I had the opportunity to follow during 3 different countries' presidency in during Argentina, South Arabia, and Indonesia. We have participated
under the coordination of Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I believe that the last meeting that we had for the G20 countries, we had proposed 4 priority areas. And it was a huge support from member states, G20 member states. And I think that those are the critical points. In the past, we had the digital economy, e-commerce, but this now is something really strategic to really ensure the digital transformation, adjust digital transformation. So I think that we are in a good position. Brazil has made a huge advancements. And I would say that in this administration, it's the first time that we have the digital topic in such a different type of areas, such as education, health, safety, and many ministries. They have a specific secretary dealing with digital. So I'm very enthusiastic with the idea that, as our colleague has just said, we can leave a good legacy for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandre. Anyone else that wants to provide any final remarks and reactions before we go for the closing?
Can I make just a quick comment?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I have a quick comment that is, I would like to suggest DataSphere to organize another meeting like this one 2 or 3 months from now, because at that time we will have concrete visions for our engagement groups, and then it's going to be a space to share the different views and the different proposals. So a meeting like this one would help us to concentrate on those that will be potentially part of the final communique. So that my suggestion is, let's do it again 2 or 3 months from now.
Okay, well noted, Professor Vigílio. Thank you so much. With that, anyone else, any final remarks? Yes. Okay. So I think that now we can move for the final panel. I will then invite my fellow panelists to come over to the front. You can stay there. There's enough space for everyone. It looks nicer on video if more people are on the front rows. Don't be afraid. So with that, we already started, I think, the transition into the takeaways. The idea now is to recap on the highlights of the event, on the next steps, on how we can build avenues for future collaboration. How can we then build a plan for maybe a future event or for a document that identifies actionable recommendations, perhaps in 2 dimensions, not only for the G20 process in itself, but also for the domestic agenda, the Brazilian domestic agenda within digital, because I think it reflects a lot those different overlapping priorities between different engagement groups as well. So there are interesting parallels there. With that, I will then start the lineup that we have, an amazing one. Thank you so much for your presence. First, Luciana Servo, who's the president of IPEA, Instituto de Pesquisa Econômica Aplicada, Applied Research Institute.
Hello, yes. First, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. Me and Minister Almira representing the organizing committee of the G20, and we decided from the beginning that this process should be as inclusive as possible. So this task force is an example how you can go further if you bring lots of institutions with knowledge about the subject to the debate. I want just to stress some of the points about what we are thinking when talking about inclusive digital transformation, and I will stress inclusion here, because in terms of inclusion, we want better service for the population with respect to human rights. This has been talking a lot here with respect to the global challenges, regional, local, and national contexts. But also there is an aspect that being stressed, but I think we should stress again, that is non-discriminatory. There are a lot of studies yet, not much in Brazil, but there are a lot of studies saying that our digital transformation had produced discriminatory process in some sense in a lot of areas. There are studies from the US showing that our digital inclusion and our technological transformation has produced ethnical, racial discrimination. And this should be part of our process, thinking how we are going to develop these technologies for being non-discriminatory. In some sense, this happens even when we are talking about public services. We have problems in discrimination in public service because we go further and rapidly in digital transformation, but we did not do the process of education and did not did the meaningful connectivity process. So you have to get back a little bit in the national context to look for this process and do our homework. But this is not only Brazil. We are talking to lots of institutions from the other countries, and they're saying this is happening here. So when we're talking about digital inclusive transformation, we have to think that it has to respect human rights, it has to respect democracy, and it has to be non-discriminatory. Besides that, we also have to think how you want to promote this development that is central for our discussion in the G20. And this is one of the aspects. When we're discussing digital transformation or architectural reform of the financial system, we're also discussing what we want from here. And one of the problems of what we want from here, that our model of transformation, it has to consider sustainability, inclusion, and development, in economic development in some sense. And we talk a lot about the idea that we have lots of institutions that monopolize the information and how to regulate and big greater access to the information in all the senses, social media, the way the information is developed, the technology is developed, I think should be part of the recommendations of this task force, but not only of this task force. And this is also a process that we have to think on how and use these technologies. And there is a lot of advance on using technologies, we know that. But how in our model, we think, sorry, we think about the way we communicate with the youth, for instance. I think home examples are good. I have 11 nieces and nephews, around 20 and lower, and they use a lot of TikTok for their information. They don't use this traditional media. And we are still communicating through traditional media. We are not communicating in a way that we can reach them. So bringing the social media, that is something that we stress here, for a process of thinking how social media has to be used in the process of transformation and process of meaningful connectivity is fundamental. Besides that, evidence-based information decision, that's something that we stress a lot here, but we don't have enough evidence for base our decisions, not in Brazil, not in the South countries, but not also in the developed countries. If you look at the AI development in some of the European Union countries, the process is still not the same as we were talking in the US. It's completely different. So you have to think how we're going to reach this G20 plus and then go to the UN and discussion of the multilateralism to think on how we are going to do this meaningful, inclusive digital transformation. We discuss a lot about education, data literacy, education and connectivity, and economics of digital transformation. I think we have a lot of takeaways from here. I said that we have takeaways from the global perspective, but for sure from the national ones. And one of the questions that I bring as a part of the institution that is part of the government, but we say we are the critical part of the government, since they were always thinking about data, is how to coordinate all these initiatives. We have lots of initiatives, but we need to be coordinated for the scale up these initiatives in terms of what service in the case of national discussion we can produce so that Brazil gets from this G20 process and also from this 2 or 3 years plan with being a leader in the digital transformation and that it can be inclusive. Thank you very much. So thank you for taking so much time. Sorry.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate DataSphere and all panelists for this whole day seminar. We had a really overarching event where many important themes were discussed. Luciana Servo mentioned the issue of the discriminatory effects that sometimes we can find and we have to fight against. I would like to call the attention to another point that I believe that's very important. And she, in a certain way, she also mentioned that when she spoke about coordination. In general, the use of technology is very challenging because, as Mr. Bertrand Lachapelle mentioned, we need today to find the necessity of new collaborative approach to solve common problems. But how to do that? Technology is not one thing that's leveled. We have people and institutions in very different positions. So we need to do that. I would call them the attention for the importance also of using technology as a kind of a tool for the not only most of the time formulation, but also implementation of public policies. It's very important to have a public policy guided by technology. Technology means that we can do it in most of the time in a cheap way. We can have a whole group of stakeholders involved in the same exercise. And we need to not only implement public policy, but we need also to evaluate them. Sometimes we forget in events like this and other ones that we can discuss and exchange a lot of ideas. But as Alana Rizzo mentioned before during her speech, we need to know what to do and how to do it, knowing that we are in a different, very heterogeneous group. G20 is very heterogeneous and became more heterogeneous when we take into account that we have one side the European Union, the other side the African Union. We need to create common standards. We need to create a common language. Technology might be this language, but it have to be a concern of all of us. And we need also have to pay attention to how to manage this, how to achieve results. We are here in the National School of Public Administration. Is the everyday subject here, how to transform public policies in reality. So I believe that it's important to do that. I would conclude just mentioning the idea presented by Professor Virgilio, the idea of doing other events as follow-up of the discussions is very, very important. We live, as we all know, in a very fast-paced world. Every day, every minute, we have novelties, we have new facts, we have new information. It's very easy to lose track of what's going on. So I believe it's important, first of all, to take note of DataSphere organizing new events. I believe everybody here will be delighted to be part again of such an exercise, and also the importance of public policies, how to implement and how to evaluate them. With that, I believe that Brazil can create a legacy that is expected for the next G20 presidencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Omi. And now I'd like to give the floor to Ambassador Luciano Maza. Perhaps you can introduce yourself too.
Thank you, Lorraine. Well, I'm Luciano Maza. I'm Director of the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
We have, I mean, the department responsible for most of the digital transformation issues and internet governance issues in our ministry. Of course, in coordination, dialogue, many different areas in the ministry, including IPRI, FUNAG, other departments that touch upon the digital agenda. And we have been in charge of assisting, I would say actually coordinating is too strong a word, in assisting the different ministerial bodies that are involved in our DWG work during this year. So together, many of the ministers that you had the opportunity to see representatives here today talking about the specific priorities. We are together trying to take ahead this discussion during the next months and till at least September this year. I remember, Lorraine, when you first mentioned the idea of organizing something about the G20. And I'm glad to see that you were able to put together such a successful event. There are, I think, two messages I wanted to perhaps to pass on now, and I think the discussion reminds me a little bit of how we started the discussion within the government about how we could shape and establish the priorities for our presidency in the digital economy working group. And of course, any choice that one makes implies opportunity costs. I mean, you're choosing something by definition. There are other issues that may perhaps be left aside or may not receive the same level of attention that we would like to get. I think when we started the discussion was almost beginning last year or around April last year, we thought that some boxes were important to have ticked. And of course, the issues had to be important to Brazil, of course. The issues had to make sense in the broader G20 context, and that means considering the overall, the terms of the debate that are already in the G20, consider that the discussion does not take place in a void. We have some kind of certain level of pet dependencies of these issues that have been under discussion in the G20 for many years. We had to think about international context. Is the right time to have this discussion or not? We have to take into consideration what in previous presidencies that came back to back with Brazil had done and make an effort to give some level of continuity to some of the issues that are discussed. And also, of course, we had the concern that making sure that we could have topics that had a good level of resonance with the wider society and could bring traction in terms of engaging a lot of people and make sure that not only those topics were discussed, but that they had enough gravity to bring other issues to the table. And so I think one of the main messages that we can take from this discussion today, and I think that we are reasonably successful in the way we perhaps have approached those topics, is that as in most things that concern the digital agenda, there's no closed boxes. And when we're talking about those four priority areas, we're not talking only about those four priority areas, and they're clearly, let's say, they are an entry point to a broader digital agenda. So I think when we make those decisions, in the case of the Digital Economy Working Group, I think we're talking about ways to look at that agenda, but knowing that those topics are only the starting point to a broader discussion that will bring together discussions about many other issues that concern the digital agenda. And I think that became very clear today, considering all the presentations we had and many comments that we received during this event. The other point that I think is important to highlight is, of course, the moment we live, we are going through in terms of the international discussions on digital governance. And I think that's very much in the minds of everybody that is somehow engaged in this agenda. We know that we have important discussions going on, of course, many different international organizations worldwide, but specifically in the UN, organization that for obvious reasons, Brazil places a very high priority in the process that are taking place there. And there are high hopes that we can achieve some indications of how we can shape the future global governance on digital issues based on the discussion on this global digital compact that is starting, let's say, is almost starting for real now, and will go until September at least. And then we have, of course, what has been mentioned before, the heating up of discussions for the revision of the WIS's mandates. That's something that's very dear to Brazil, and so time-wise, we are in a very important moment for having this discussion. So when you think about what kind of relevance the G20 debates can have, I think in this case we have a very high responsibility in trying to contribute to shaping those discussions. So of course, it's difficult to anticipate how ambitious one can be in terms of those outcomes, but we do hope that the discussions that take place during this semester until September, and outcomes that we can produce during this period can somehow influence the debates in the UN, and also can, of course, inform the participation of different G20 members in the discussions they have in other international places, other international fora as well. And I think to achieve this kind of incidence, it's important to have this level of engagement with different stakeholder groups. And I think that's something for the digital agenda that sometimes is kind of assured, because it's an area where we have a very high level of engagement. But we must emphasize that I think Brazilian presidency has prioritized this level of engagement. We, from the very beginning, understood that it was very important to make sure we had a very transparent and open level of discussion with civil society in general. We're organizing our ministry a broad discussion in January about the G20, and we hope to organize another one as soon as possible. And I think that the presidency is also trying to be innovative in the sense of assist and contribute to reinvigorating a little bit the engagement groups as well. I think there are some suggestions of how this can be done to close to the end of our presidency, and we are open to suggestions within our group itself to find the ways to have a better engagement with the different groups that are presented today. So I think to have this kind of echoing of this discussion is something that is crucial to make sure we can achieve a successful outcome in our group. So just finalize, I'd like to congratulate again the organizers for this important event, and we hope to have another discussion in the future. We are very open to continue this conversation and to make sure this level of engagement can be carried out until the end of our presidency and beyond. So thank you. Thanks so much, Lorraine.
Thank you so much, Luciano Maza. Now I'll give the floor to Secretary Francisco Gaetani, who joins us remotely. I know that he wishes to be here with us, but he's on his way to the airport or something.
Well, thank you, Lorraine. Congratulations for the event, today's event, tomorrow's event. I think it's an exceptional opening. The T20, it's a space where the flow of ideas, the contradictions, the different perspectives of Brazilian players and other stakeholders, international stakeholders, I think it can be the perfect arena for intensifying the debates we're looking forward to have. I'd like to emphasize that the debates in the digital world are very intertwined, and the national agenda is to some extent also the same international agenda. We had the debates about digital public goods, digital public infrastructure, data-driven economies, the decade for data, that I think it's an initiative that we have to discuss later. And I like also to support Virgilio's suggestion that we try to organize more events, more international events, in order to bring all the different ideas and perspectives to the table. I was in India last week. They did an amazing work in terms of using their president G20 to pivot their agenda of their digital agenda. India today works with 40 countries in Africa and Asia, discussing all the issues that make them a success case in promoting social inclusion, in economic inclusion, catalyzing the digital agenda according to their needs. I think that the Brazilian history is different. We have different priorities, different geopolitics, different ways of operating. But independent of G20, this is an agenda that we have to move, and to move fast. We have at least 13 institutions work with digital stuff, and they are moving without coordination. We don't have the perspective of having broader coordination of the topic in the country, but we can try to establish a tacit coordination and working together with civil society and the private sector in order to clarify our thinking, clarify our priority, clarify our moves ahead. This is an agenda that depends a lot on what players add to the debates. And I think that you did an amazing work today, and I think tomorrow to move on, and I think we should pursue these priorities in order to make the most we can from this year, of this year, that puts the topics on the highlight because of the stage because of G20. But it's not about getting restrained to G20. This is an agenda that goes beyond in terms of the G20 process with South Africa next year, but goes beyond in terms of our national priorities. We have at least 4 regulatory processes ongoing in Congress. We have the artificial intelligence, we have the freedom of the fake news debate, we have the climate, the payment for content, and we have the cybersecurity matters. These are all a debate in Congress, and the legislative calendar, the timetable is not the same as the executive, and the country will have to come to terms with these debates fast. Otherwise, we can get left behind in these important debates that need a lot of debate within all the parties involved. Congratulations, and I hope to be there personally tomorrow to participate in the debates.
Thank you so much, Brasilia Gaetani. Now I'm gonna pass on the floor to Jaqueline Pigato, who represents here the coordinators of the T20 and the Task Force 5 on digital.
Thank you so much, Lorraine, and thank you everyone who stayed with us today here and online. It was a very, very productive day. I took several notes here, and I think I'm gonna repeat some of the things that already been said, but I would like to highlight how it's very interesting for me, at least, how internet and the digital ecosystem became an issue of such high level political attention these last few years. Now we are discussing issues that are not all of them really new. We already discussed things like connectivity and data protection, data governance for some years, but now we are discussing these same issues on high-level policy arenas, such as the G20 and other policy spaces around the world. So I think this is very interesting. And as Bertrand put it earlier, and also Minister Amir, we need new means of cooperation. And I think the G20 and engagement groups are one of these means for us to achieve this cooperation, these opportunities of cooperation and engagement. And I think now we need to strengthen these dialogues among the engagement groups, so among all stakeholders, to really base the negotiations and the policy process on the G20. I received today a lot of questions about the policy abstracts and the policy briefs that we are going to publish by the end of the semester. And I think I didn't mention this at first on the opening session, but AI and platform regulation were the 2 topics that we received the most number of abstracts. But this is like our paper already said, these are not just issues to be discussed here in the G20. I know these 2 specific issues are very difficult to achieve some consensus. And we can bring these discussions to other platforms like the Global Digital Compact, the WSIS Plus 20, and also with the proposal that David brought us here today for the International Decade for Data. I think this is a really good opportunity for us to continue these dialogues and see this on a long term. So I think we got excellent contributions today in these 2 fronts. On the G20 itself, actually 3 fronts: the G20 itself and how we can continue this conversation to South Africa and to the next presidencies on the following years, to other international processes, but also to domestic policies and bills that are being discussed and regulatory processes. I think this is all very fruitful. And I was very glad to see that data justice was a term that was mentioned several times here today. And I think this is an excellent framework for us to work with. So thank you so much again for the DataSphere initiative and to all of you who participated, and count on us at Data Privacy Brazil, DataSphere, and all the partners to work for the rest of the year. We are open to organizing side events and continue these conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jackie, and also for being an amazing partner in co-organizing this event with us. I have a few messages in notes that we try to aggregate in terms of our thoughts and next steps. The first one, more on the G20 and international dimension, is making sure that we have this coherent narrative from data to value. And so how are we connecting the narratives around data to make sure that we can take steps to create value with that data, with data and digital technologies. And when we do, making sure that those technologies are inclusive, are equitable, and that we're using that process to actually do a mapping of the stakeholders who are here and beyond, and ensure that we build multi-stakeholder cooperation avenues, as Professor Vigilio shared before, but clear avenues for engagement. And we need a platform to connect. And I don't know what's the shape of that yet. Perhaps it is within an international process of an international decade for data, but something needs to be built, not necessarily another commission, but something that is looser, that allows for the different stakeholder groups to contribute when they can. To make sure also that we harness those intersectionalities. I think there's so much richness when you start opening those boxes. And I love what Guilherme Almeida shared earlier, that life happens within those boundaries, right? So we put those guardrails to help us move around the world. That's normal. That's how models work, right? They simplify reality, but we need also to be able to go outside the box. The idea of the International Decade for Data was mentioned by several, and I do think it's important to note how we can also use the different levers within those processes, so that we think it as a long-term effort, one that is not going to be achieved within 1 year of a presidency of G20, one that can actually be can then build on the different steps, where it can drive investment, where we can promote literacy and education was mentioned a lot, that we can actually inform how we are bridging digital divides, how we can encourage collaboration in a meaningful way, and how we can deliver the SDGs, which is a very important agenda that we should not forget. And then finally, on how we create space for global cooperation and local partnerships to address the unpredictable and the uncertainty and the ambiguity that defines our global environment today. We need new spaces to actually interact among ourselves beyond stakeholder groups, different kind of avenues within the G20, the engagement groups, but also thinking about how we can use technology and agility in our favor, such as using sandboxes, which is the topic of tomorrow's event in Banco do Brasil, also remotely accessible if you're interested on the topic. It's going to be an event fully in Portuguese. So and so this is the first dimension in terms of how we can actually imagine the future in terms of enhancing multilateral collaboration towards multi-stakeholder collaboration and moving from theory to practice. And then finally, in terms of recommendations for the Brazilian government, I think there's a few that we can already illustrate here. And the main message that I hear sounding clear is the need of cooperation and integration of those agendas. It's very complex to do, but it needs to be brought up at the highest level of priority. And perhaps it's through the protagonism of Brazil in the international agenda right now that we can actually make it surface within the domestic agenda. So we can use this process to then catalyze the way that we can use digital to then improve and achieve different policy objectives. And there's so many different intersectionalities between digital and different priorities in the government. We can certainly try to feed and recommendations for the domestic agenda in itself, so that it doesn't finish in this G20, but that it continues on and it produces a legacy. The call for another event is noted loud and clear. I'm glad that you're not tired of the topic, and that you've seen as having been fruitful and productive. That was the whole point. We wanted to do an open dialogue. Even the way that we've put the chairs was well thought out, because we wanted this to be an open dialogue without clear hierarchies, because we are here learning with each other on a topic that is extremely challenging. Some of us have been working on this for over 15 years. Yeah, I know some of those people from like study groups from like yeah, more than a decade ago, but those topics are not new, and we're still struggling with foundational elements on them. But there is a lot of foundations that we can build upon. And so this is not going to be to be done or exhausted today. This was the beginning of a conversation. We do want to create that space for sharing, and I love to think that you enjoyed the day, and I have taken a lot of notes as well, and so has the team, was spread around the world between Colombia, Croatia, and Paris. So I'm really, really happy to seeing the level of engagement that we had, the participation in person and remotely. And I also want to say just huge thanks to everyone that contributed. I already mentioned Data Privacy Brazil, now represented by Jacqueline, but Bruno has been an amazing supporter as well, unwavering. Luca Belli, who was here. Maybe he's left to take his plane back. They've been great. Also, Nick.br from Alexandre, who was the first person who said, yes, let's do it. We are behind you, and you will have food in the coffee breaks. So this was important. But also everyone else that accepted and joined. I also want to thank the translators who have been with us the entire day. I don't know how you do it. You're amazing. Thank you so much for all the technical team. ENAP has been fantastic. And I am sorry to say, but a lot of other people are interested in using this space, apparently, because it's been so great. So you're going to be victims of your own success of hosting the event. And also for Vanessa, who's back there, who's been helping us, and Barbara, who's there in from our team as well, supporting with the logistics of the event. Thank you, everyone. We will. Can I promise this? We will do another event, and we just need to figure out the logistics and where and when. But I'm certainly open for partnerships and whoever wants to contribute. Our goal is always to, bring people together, so the more the merrier. And I'm just thrilled on how the event went. I hope that you enjoyed it as well. Thank you so much.